What's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas back with you. Sorry, I'm a little late. I know a lot of you have noted that in the chat that I'm a little late. Sorry about that. I was just building some extra graphics for you guys as we go over and kind of watch what is going on with the pressure and the wind speed, of course. That's important as well. But Hurricane Hunter aircraft are in Idalia right now, and they are finding the pressure a little bit lower. Last time we chatted, the pressure went down to 945 as of the 3 o'clock advisory. It is at 944, so ticked down a little bit. The movement has dialed back as well towards 15 miles an hour, so it's trying to slow down just a smidge here as it works its way towards the Big Bend. As of 3 o'clock, again, pressure down to 944 millibars. Lower the pressure, the stronger the storm. Wind speeds holding steady at 120 miles an hour. That is a major Category 3 hurricane. Gusts being picked up at 125 miles an hour from Hurricane Hunter aircraft. Thanks, guys. Thanks for sticking with us here through the early morning hours as we are about 5-ish hours away now from landfall as Idalia works its way in as it kind of wobbles up from the eastern Gulf of Mexico through into the Big Bend area, and we're watching closely as to where exactly that is going to be. It does appear motion still says north as evident from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft in there, but it does appear we are starting to see that jog again. It did look like we were talking before that Tallahassee was going to be the highest impacts were going to be on the east side of Tallahassee towards Perry, and as it moves towards the north and central Big Bend area. So that's going to be there. Well, yeah, 5 hours toward landfall, and it's about 8 or 9 o'clock, give or take, as this works its way in. So now the conditions are really going to start to go downhill right along the North Gulf Coast, right along the Big Bend area. You see all those brighter yellow bands going through. That is where we have we're going to have the stronger wind starting to pick up. We can actually start to sample those. What I'm going to do now is, again, that's the update on the hurricane itself. What I want to show you as I want to get to our actual high-definition radar. I'm going to go out of the North Florida zones here, out of the Tallahassee radar, and see how strong those storms are coming in. We also have a bunch of storms moving through the Orlando area. I know there's just a lot of colors that popped up on your screen right there. That is the velocity section. We had a tornado warning earlier in Polk County. That's long expired, but we are watching for things like that to happen in a morning like this or a night like this, no matter how you slice it. So here we go. Let me bring up the actual reflectivity here. I want to just show you we do have some nasty thunderstorms pushing out of Kissimmee, St. Cloud toward Orlando. There's nothing severe, certainly going to be gusty. It'll look like a outer rain band moving through the Orlando metro. See what we can pick up with the Skycam as this is pushing through real quick. Yeah, there's some of the heavy rain. That is a live look at downtown Orlando. I also want to show you something here. This is a live look. We're going to have live looks for you now as Idalia works its way through. This is a look at Cedar Key. Let me find my source here. That's a look at Cedar Key. So getting rocked right now as the center is off towards the north and west. I'm not sure what exact point of this on Cedar Key, but we are going to, again, we're still pretty far away from the center of the storm in Cedar Key, and we are dealing with those kind of impacts. So this is a significant storm, to say the least. Let me show you again where Cedar Key is. So we're going to go, let me see if I have that on radar. That is nuts, and that's not even close to where the worst of the storm is. Let me bring back up the radar. We'll look out of the Tampa radar once again. Let me turn that back on. Just switching my radar back. That's what we're looking at. There's a live look at Cedar Key. I want to take you to a radar view of Cedar Key to kind of just show you the craziness that is, because And there's actually a couple of crazy things that I want to show you here. Let me get back to my radar picture. So here is Cedar Key. That's where we were just taking a live look from. The center of that storm, let me get the ruler. The center is 70 miles away from Cedar Key, and that's what we are seeing in one of those outer rain bands. So again, while we've been talking about the impacts are not going to be like the extreme part across a lot of Central Florida and a lot of the Florida Peninsula, we will still see scenes like that at times as those sources are flying through. So just keep that in mind as well. So taking a look at that radar, look at the lightning as well. A lot of lightning on the northern Eyewall. So we were looking at this radar picture earlier, and we noted a few lightning strikes in there, really just one after it really fired up. Look at it now, and that was a positive strike. You saw that big plus sign come up. The positive strikes are those really nasty ones that shoot out from the anvil. We have this thing lighting up like crazy. This is not done intensifying, unfortunately, as it comes on land. Again, a lot of lightning filling up the Eyewall. When we see the lightning light up like that, we will really see this thing intensify further. We do have a Hurricane Hunter plane in there. Okay, good. It's my settings saved. I almost forgot to save that again, so we didn't have to go back and do all that other stuff. Going back to the Hurricane Hunter aircraft and taking it all the way out, there's the 946 millibar pressure reading as of 2:23. That's on the older side. It looks like the plane is ready to make another pass of the center, so we will see just how fast this is going to start coming back down to see if the pressure continues to fall, which it should with the amount of lightning that we are seeing in the Eyewall. So we're going to watch the Hurricane Hunters make this secondary pass here. Port Richey, sure, we can check Port Richey for you. It's going to be the same kind of thing. I don't think it's going to be as intense as what we're seeing, like just right along the kind of the start of the Big Bend there. But right now, things are pretty quiet in Newport Richey. Just a few showers from one of those bands pushing through, kind of quiet right now. So we're looking pretty good. There's a few more of these bands, though, that'll be spiraling on through the rest of the morning and then into the early afternoon as well. All right, so I have a lot of people questioning where this thing is actually going. This is heading towards the Big Bend, likely just east of Tallahassee toward Perry. We're about 5-ish hours away from landfall. This should start to, conditions are going to deteriorate rapidly now over the next several hours. I want to change my radar site to Tallahassee so that we can get a good view of some of these extra bands that are starting to push through. Look how nasty that is. The darker yellows there represent where we're going to start to get in on the really gusty stuff, kind of like what we saw just before. Palm Coast looking pretty good. And for the most part, I think the closer to the Atlantic coast you are, the less impact outer bands are going to have on you and all of that stuff. Destin's honestly pretty good. And we have rain all the way to Port St. Joe. We have some light rain in Panama City, but Destin's further to the west. And I believe it's right there closer to Pensacola. Trying to get it to pop up. But there it is. Hardly anything. Just a gentle breeze coming out of Destin. There's what we were watching. There's all the light. Look at the lightning in the northwest Eyewall. You see it right there? This is super concerning as we are charging it back up again. The Eyewall trying to wrap right around. Another positive strike again. Those positive strikes are those big, powerful strikes that shoot down from the anvil. These storms are super, super intense right around the Eyewall. So wherever this thing comes ashore, this is going to be ugly. And we knew that it was going to be ugly. Unfortunately, it's expected to come ashore as a Category 4 hurricane. Jacksonville, we're looking honestly pretty good. There's going to be a severe weather threat tomorrow. There's going to be a few outer bands coming through tomorrow morning. Could have 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Nonetheless, though, all things considered, compared to what is coming for part of the Big Bend, that's what we are going to be. That's what we're going to be dealing with. We're keeping a close eye there on the latest recon missions. That are taking place now to see if the pressure is dropping, which it should with that amount of lightning in the Eyewall. That's a huge indicator to us that we're going to see this thing drop just a little bit further. Just refreshing some things. I love how people are noting. There's been a few people here. Okay, so we've Prince. I hope everything's okay. Steinhatchee starting to get bad. The worst it should stay just to the west of Steinhatchee, but we are going to take on some storm surge there. So just keep that in mind. If you're closer to the coast, that's what's going to be happening there. It's more about the surge there, but it will be windy at times, kind of like the scenes that I just showed you there. DeLand and Eustis are looking pretty good. Honestly, I think things are going to stay relatively tame for us. There will be a few thunderstorms moving through overnight in those outer bands. Otherwise, I mean, there we go. I'll get back to our home radar in Melbourne. Let me change that real quick, and then we'll get back up to the Tallahassee radar. The good news is none of these are really producing rotation. We'll take a look. There are a few lightning strikes. We were talking earlier. We were talking earlier tonight, or yesterday, I guess, that when we get the darker red showing up on radar, that's when these have the potential to kind of spin a little bit because they can take advantage of some of the wind shear, the changing of the wind direction with height. And then as that happens, that's when they can take on some rotation. So we're going to check on this real quick, this kind of little strung out cell around St. Cloud, just to the east of Hunters Creek and Lake Hart. A couple of lightning strikes embedded in there. So let me turn on the velocity mode just to make sure there's no shenanigans happening within this. Got to click on a few things. And the good thing is I don't see much. There could be just a little bit of light green there. What we're looking for in a situation like this, are reds and greens close together. The good thing is we're not really seeing that in this cell. Really, anytime we start to get the red on the radar that I just had it before, not this particular one. This the red means that the wind is blowing away from the radar. The green means that the wind is blowing toward the radar. So we're not seeing any of that rotation in those stronger cells. That makes me happy again because we're in that tornado watch, at least for the west side of Florida, the Gulf Coast of Florida, until we get until 6 a.m. So another couple of hours of that. We'll see if it's extended a little bit. But long story short, other than some of these dramatic-looking rain bands in Eustis or Tavares, I forget the other Lake County town you mentioned. I'm so sorry. It's going to be, I think we're going to be okay. We're just watching for, for Leesburg, we're not in a tornado warning. We're in a tornado watch. And basically what the tornado watch means is that there are favorable conditions for if we get an intense thunderstorm to slide through to spin. So a warning means that it's imminent or going to happen or happening. So we're not in a tornado warning, but for the next couple of hours, our environment still is ripe for the development for tornadoes because of that extra wind shear brought on by the actual hurricane in the Gulf. Valdosta, we're going to be looking at the potential for hurricane force wind gusts. So I lost the comment because there's so many coming in. Thank you guys for the great questions tonight for some of the storm reports. And if you are around wherever you are in Florida, if you want to post where you're tuning in from and post what you are seeing, that will help us out a lot. Again, starting in a little bit anyway, we're going to have live reporters in around the Panhandle or the Big Bend of Florida, specifically just to the east of Tallahassee into Perry. Somebody asked if Perry's going to take a direct hit. It's in the realm of possibilities for the eye as it kind of lifts up and then jogs to the northeast. So Tallahassee may miss out on the brunt of this. Again, it's kind of jogging back and forth. That it's doing the wobbles as it typically does, but that's what we're going to be dealing with over the next couple of hours okay, it looks like it's going to go east, and it comes back to the west, and then go north, and then it just bounces all around in there as well. I don't think it's the land interaction slowing it with the bands. It could be. There's a little bit of friction there. It's just that minor part. Sarah, where I remember you commenting from a couple of hours ago, where are you tuning in from again? Only part of Central Florida is under the tornado watch, and I can't remember where exactly you were, but it's only the western half. So if you're Orange County East, Seminole, Volusia, Flagler, Brevard, or Osceola, we are not under that tornado watch, meaning that conditions are favorable. Certainly they can still happen outside of the watch, but nonetheless, that might be why you might not technically be in that watch. St. Cloud, Kathleen. So windy. We were looking at that for you a little bit ago. And let's get right back down to St. Cloud. Let's pull this back out. And we're starting to see a little more lightning strikes. So we're going to keep that. We're going to keep on checking this one, because once they get more intense, as I mentioned before, that's where it kind of gives us the possibility to rotate a little bit. So I'm going to get back on the Melbourne radar here. I want to turn on the velocity mode so we can see the direction of the wind inside of this cell, just to make sure it's behaving. And so far, it looks like we all have the wind going in the same direction. So, no, good question. It's not going to be raining all day. It's still going to be kind of bandy, scattered, so it's not going to be a washout by any means on Wednesday. There's a chance it bobbles west, but not as west as Pensacola. Not that far west, or Panama City. One of those, I know one of those was asked about, but either one, it wouldn't wobble that far west. That would be a huge jog, and right now, it's too close for any kind of sharp changes like that. Horseshoe Beach, I can only imagine, looks pretty nasty. I've seen some live video out of Cedar Key, and it looks pretty ugly. And it appears that Horseshoe Beach is just going to be the same. It's just a little to the northwest of Cedar Key. Let me look at that on radar. There is Horseshoe Beach. So we're also going to have these outer bands coming through. Let me switch the radar real quick. I want the Tallahassee radar so that we can get a better view of Horseshoe Beach. So right now it might be in a little lull, but these little thunderstorms within some of these outer bands that are kind of rocking Cedar Key that we saw, these are going to slide up through. Brig Commander, it is expected to make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane, and we're going to get a new update on the pressure and the intensity of the storm coming up at 4. New track at 5 o'clock, and that's going to be kind of lifting south to north again, as we're talking about. Horseshoe Beach. So here is Horseshoe Beach, Christine, and we're going to have those, again, intermittent rain bands coming through, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. We're going to see them a little more common. We are right, as we are kind of closer to the center. Anyway, let me put this into motion. Wrong button. Let me go back. Because I want to show you just how far away so the center of Idalia is about 67 miles away from Horseshoe Beach. Saw some really nasty video. It's about 66, about the same really away from as we get towards Cedar Key as well. That is true, DramaTube TV, but if you remember, Katrina weakened to a Category 3 hurricane before landfall. It was at Cat 5 when it was in the center of the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to do the opposite of what Katrina did. Katrina weakened significantly on approach. This is going to strengthen significantly as well. Storm surge does look ugly. It looks nasty here on the eastern side. We're going to watch that all push through. So the storm is not going to be coming to Orlando. We are getting a few thunderstorms overhead right now. The rain's pretty heavy. That's about it. I'll show you what it looks like in downtown Orlando. We'll take a look at the downtown Skycam, and it is raining pretty heavily. Again, that's a look at downtown Orlando. We have some thunder and lightning. The heaviest rain is just on the east side of the city. There's that rain, so it's going to be moving through Altamont Springs. We have some light rain through Apopka, Lake Hart, some gusty thunderstorms moving through Hunters Creek, Williamsburg, into Lake Buena Vista, towards the attractions area, Oak Ridge, into Dr. Phillips. We have some light rain. The heaviest kind of just to the east of the metro, Winter Park, Azalea Park, Goldenrod. All of that's going to be kind of moving out. Let me loop that for you to show you which direction that this is kind of coming in from. And I'll zoom out to give you that perspective. So this is going to head eventually up into Seminole County. We're seeing some of that heavier rain toward Altamont Springs and Longwood now, and just going to lift up towards Sanford as these outer bands continue to increase in coverage. I want to show you too here. The thunderstorm activity, at least the downpour activity, is starting to increase in between the bands now. This is where we're going to really watch over the next couple of hours for the potential for these to spin, to see if they can take on some of the wind shear that is being induced by the hurricane out in the Gulf of Mexico. So that's what we're really going to have to watch, watching as well. Yeah, people are insane. You don't want to be near the water at all. For Brevard County, we have some light rain moving through. Nothing crazy. This is going to hit the main event of this storm is going to hit Big Bend area, east of Tallahassee, just to the east of Tallahassee. So that's what we are watching. That's what we're watching come in. Again, I'll show you. We'll have, again, our live reporter will be out at 5 a.m. So we're anxious to see that. It all depends. I got a question about how far inland does storm surge go. It all depends on the forecast and how the storm comes in. We're expecting 12 to 16 feet of storm surge coming in from this storm, because we are on the right side, especially again to the right of the right of the storm. That's where we get all the storm surge. Oh, yeah. Well, no, Brevard 8 a.m. was one of your bigger bands, but that is... It wasn't just going to hit at 8 a.m. So I had a question about the track of this through Georgia, I believe, and there it is. There's the cone. It takes it right through Georgia, really through most of Georgia as a hurricane, and then eventually weakens to a tropical storm Wednesday evening or early Thursday morning in South Carolina before it comes up and maybe does a pinwheel around. Had another question, or another request, I should say, to look at the hurricane on satellite. So that's what we'll do. I'll pull up the satellite radar, or satellite look anyway, and I want to... I'll get away that too so you can actually see the eye going through. The question is, so it won't change course. Drastically. There's going to be wobbles. That's the thing that these stronger hurricanes do. They'll bounce in after this kind of track works its way through. I don't know why we went to Cuba there, but I'm trying to show you a nice view of the satellite. We'll show you the satellite with the plane going through. So it's making another quadrant pass, still finding 946. If you're around the Tampa area, it's going to be okay. There's going to be, again, there's going to be... It could look dramatic at times, because just like what we've seen when I showed you some video earlier, the wind is really coming in. It's blowing the rain. It's blinding, all that stuff. It might look dramatic for a short time and then calm down again. So the Tampa area, Pinellas County, looking good. Hernando County also looking good. Ormond Beach, we're looking pretty good as well. Yeah, Cat 4 is way above 100 miles an hour. That is 130 mile per hour sustained winds. This is not going to head towards Las Vegas. Deltona's looking pretty good as well. Just a few of these outer bands starting to slide on through the course of the overnight. Gusty winds, 40, 50 mile per hour, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gust. Isolated tornado threat again. It's not looking too crazy again for Deltona. Really interior Central Florida, just a little dramatic at times, but it's not going to be too terrible. It's really that Big Bend area, and then through part of the Panhandle, and then pushing on up through. Yeah, so just saw a question. Do I think it can reach Cat 4 on landfall? That is the official forecast to reach Category 4 status on landfall. So again, just keep that in mind. All right, so we're waiting for some of this Hurricane Hunter data to refresh. It's flying through the northern side of it. The most intense part of this storm is on the southwest side. Very intense thunderstorm. So, I mean, typically what we see is the right front quadrant, that northeasterly side of the eyewall being the most intense, the worst of the worst, if you will. But this whole side, the left side, north side, south side, this eyewall is extremely intense. You see all the lightning firing here. And again, let me put this into motion to kind of show you. Have questions if this is a jog or if this is going. Watch closely how it lifts north and then maybe ticks to the east a little bit. That's what we talk about, the wobble. And again, so all of this, so this should come in somewhere over here. And that's going to put it close to Perry and then southeast of Tallahassee with the worst of the impacts. So that's what we are watching for. And again, unfortunately, just sitting here and waiting for this thing to come on shore. We'll see if the pressure is dropping. We're going to watch for... so this is going to likely come ashore as a Category 4 hurricane, at the very least a strong Category 3. That's where we stand right now. Then it's going to push inland. It's moving pretty fast, so we're going to likely keep strong hurricane force winds working through places like southern Georgia, even into South Carolina, North Carolina, even though it's coming at us from the west. The Warrior Cat and Brevard. It's a very slim chance, but it's pretty low, and that would be like later in tomorrow morning. Just a few of these kind of weak outer bands coming through. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to take a super short break. The 4 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center comes out in just minutes. Within the next 10 to 15 minutes, we're going to have another pass of that Hurricane Hunter plane. Just going to take a quick break here. I'm going to leave the radar up as this comes on through, as this continues to loop, so we can watch this kind of happen. We'll see the 4 o'clock advisory come through. And again, I'll be back in about 10, maybe 15 minutes, and then we'll see. Sorry about that. Sorry for punching the mic. So far, no huge directional change. This continues to be clocked north by the Hurricane Hunters. It may be jogging to the east just a little bit. That likely a wobble, but we're still looking this to come through. Yes, I saw the game. Likely coming in north with just a slight jog to the east. So just keep that again, or keep that in mind. The pressure right now is at 944 millibars. So we're gonna wait to see. We'll see if they found something out. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for tuning in and hanging tight with us tonight as we watch. And unfortunately, a really nasty situation happening towards the Big Bend of Florida. Something that's never happened before since the records began in the 1850s, late 1800s. Never had a major hurricane approach the Big Bend of Florida. Alrighty, guys, hang tight. Keep the comments coming. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Good morning, everyone that is still on the live stream. Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas back with you, hopping on after just a short break here. Thank you guys for sticking with us, posting in the comments, as you may have seen here as we kept the data up, the latest from Hurricane Hunter aircraft that are in the storm. We have a very strong Category 3 hurricane on the cusp now of Cat 4, which is expected to make landfall here in the next few hours. The northeasterly jog is happening. You see that there. Also picking up speed as of the last advisory as well. North-northeast at about 17 miles an hour. The breeze, again, the wind, I should say, at 125 miles per hour. And the pressure down to 941 millibars. So as the pressure continues to drop, that means the storm continues to get stronger. So it clearly looks like now it's moving northeast, so maybe we'll be able to spare Tallahassee of the strongest winds. This does look like it's making a beeline, though, for Perry. We've been talking about that as well. Yeah, that is not true. The eye is not starting to dissipate. It's one of the stronger eye walls you will actually ever see. Quite the contrary to that. You see the brighter red around the northwest side. The thing is firing off lightning like you wouldn't believe. Again, it's pretty rare that you see an eye wall this intense. There you go. The pressure, 944, 142 mile per hour flight level wind. So this is something that we're going to be watching to see if later on, if we at the 5 o'clock advisory, if we do get a Category 4, it looks like some of the other sensors on the plane there would have suggested that the wind speed was 130 miles an hour already. But we'll wait for the 5 o'clock advisory. I think the Hurricane Center are going to do that as well. But the pressure down the 944, flight level winds at 142, that would put this thing, again, very, very close to Category 4 status. All right, so I want to show you again the radar here. There's been a certain jog to the north and east, so this may be coming up. Again, we will see here. It does appear, we'll see if that's a wobble or a sustained kind of move to the east here. So a lot of questions about pressure in categories. So the categories aren't actually categorized by pressure. There's just typical pressures. So it's all by wind speed. So when it goes less than 940, that doesn't mean it's a Cat 5. A typical Category 4 hurricane, though, with wind speeds of greater than 130 miles an hour up until 157 is typically a 9, is typically a Category 4 hurricane. Somebody mentioned about anything less than 920 is a Cat 5. Not exactly. Katrina was sub 920, and that was a Category 3 hurricane. So not everything pressure-wise goes through that. A lot has to do with the size and all that other stuff. So again, that's not always gospel there. But yeah, Category 3 hurricane, 130 to 156. It's really 157. It's greater than 157 is when you get to Cat 5. All right, so we are going to take a short break of looking at the hurricane because we have a tornado warning in Central Florida. This was the main threat here for the Central Florida area, was the opportunity for tornadoes. There it is. We were watching this band really for the past hour, and we were talking about that it was getting a little more intense. And as these do that, they can take advantage of some of the shifting of the winds, the turning of the winds with height here. There's that big red box that includes east side of St. Cloud, through Lake Hart, through Wedgefield, into Bithlo as well. So eastern Orange County and then northeastern Osceola County, that is your tornado warning. I'm going to turn the radar back on here. I'm going to get squarely to the Melbourne radar so that we have a good view of what exactly is going on. There is the storm itself. It doesn't look too incredibly intense. And in a situation with these tropical tornadoes or tropical tornado warnings, they normally don't look intense. That is just because all right, so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to turn on the velocity mode. That will load in just 1 second. There is why they issued this tornado warning. So we're looking right here. This is just on the other side of Orange County, Osceola line. Here is St. Cloud. Here is 192. And then there we go with that circulation again. The red is the wind going away from the radar. We're looking from the Melbourne radar, so it's just like that. Subtle green going toward the radar. Again, in a situation like this, again, you're not really looking for a very strong couplet. The Weather Service is going to warn on these quick because they pop up very quick and then they dissipate really quick. So these are kind of short-lived tornado warnings. If there is a tornado, they're typically short-lived. They're on the weaker side, but nonetheless, they can be damaging anywhere from typically anyway EF0 to EF2. So that's why we are watching these. And again, the environment is primed for that to happen, especially when you're on that right side, that dirty side of the hurricane. Yeah, bruh. I do. But there we go. There is that tornado warning again. That's going to continue for Orange and Osceola County until we get to 6:30. It may expire early. That's what we oftentimes see as well with these tropical tornadoes. Again, they do not last a very long time. Let me turn back on the regular radar. I'm going to click on my sweep. We're going to get back to that. I'm going to turn off the velocity. Let me get some of these marks off the screen as the cell itself moves to the north. If you're just tuning in here, we have a tornado warning for Osceola, Orange County. You saw that lightning strike there. So these storms are starting to become a little more intense in the outer bands as they push away from Idalia, again, working its way, again, from west to east. For the most part, as we've talked about, Central Florida is going to be on the gentle side. Our main threat, again, is for the opportunity for these damaging wind gusts and the stronger thunderstorms, and then the opportunity for these storms to rotate when they become a little more intense. And we are starting to get those lightning strikes popping back up, indicating, again, that we have a strengthening storm here, and we also have a rotating storm. So what I want to do now is I showed you kind of where that is. Here is the velocity side again. Let me turn that back on. Here is the little circulation in question. So let me save this camera view here. I'm going to highlight that little circle. It's right here. We see that big pulse of bright red. That's a strong gust of wind here, kind of pushing away from the radar. The green represents the wind going toward the radar. And then I'm going to kind of put a tracker on that for you. There's not much in the way of this as it's kind of sliding. Let me put the loop on here. And this is why. Here's a really good view of exactly what I'm talking about. See that big, bright kind of shot of red there coming to the east of St. Cloud? It's right to the bottom of your screen. Let me get my arrow out. Right here. This is the cell in question. The couplet, as we call it, the couplet as we saw it, flares up and then is now right here. In addition to this tornado warning, a tornado watch was just extended for to Volusia and into Seminole County until 6 o'clock this morning. So we have that tornado watch extended to include Volusia and Seminole County. That means conditions are favorable. I also want to point out this, too. You see this little bright light coming out of the Lake Hart area? That also tried to spin, but was not able to be sustained. So there's a couple of things now that are starting to point out, and this is exactly what we expected to happen here early in the morning. Unfortunately, let me show you a few other things. We have another pulse right here that we're going to watch west of Bithlo towards Truliota. So I would not be surprised if we get more warnings this morning in Orange County, maybe even into Seminole County, because we do have some subtle rotation. No doubt the two big ones here, and both have pulsed down, but the one that remained, look at that. So this is a big bright one here, and you can clearly see that. There's one, and then there's one right in there. That's where we have the tornado warning. So just keep that in mind. All right, so let me stop that loop. We have more lightning strikes coming, and that's the concerning kind of feature here. With more lightning, that says to us that we do have these storms, these thunderstorms becoming a little more intense. Again, we've talked about this. You need to have ice in the cloud to get lightning strikes to separate the charges. So whenever you get lightning, that means our thunderstorms are getting taller into the sky and being able to take advantage of some of the wind shear that we have going on. So let me turn back on the normal radar and see what is going on. What we've been looking at is the velocity kind of scale to show us the shifting winds. You see the darker reds embedded in this, though. So, Sarah, don't be scared. She's talking about the tornado watch in Seminole County. No reason to be scared. Just be kind of vigilant. We got you covered here. We're going to be on through the duration of that tornado watch. If there would be a tornado warning issued, like what we have going on in parts of Orange and Osceola, you want to make sure that you are getting to the lowest level of your home and then away from windows. So just as simple as that, cover your head. Maybe want to get into an interior closet. A bathroom is a good place. But just keep that in mind. Again, watch means conditions are favorable. Warning means that we are seeing something develop, something potentially imminent, or something potentially imminent or occurring. All right, let's check out and see. I'm going to check the Weather Service chat here, see what they are talking about, see if they're going to cancel this early. It's 4:17 in the morning, and we have a kind of our second tornado warning here of the morning. We had the one for Polk County earlier, and then we had the one for Orange and Osceola. There is the red box. That indicates the tornado warning. If your phones are kind of buzzing this morning, that's the deal. Warning officially goes until 4:30 in the morning, so about 10, 12 more minutes left on this. All right, so we also have a brand new tornado warning. This is for Polk County. So what's kind of what we thought might happen is starting to happen. So this is going to be a new tornado warning for Polk County. We'll wait to see where exactly that is. You see that red shaded color. So this is our map of current warnings. This is in southern Polk County. This is basically where we had one earlier about a couple of hours ago. Right now, Tampa is looking pretty good. Bithlo, we're watching some rotation around you. Let me turn the Tampa radar on, and we're going to check out that tornado warning in Polk County real quick. Let me get that back on. All right, so right around Zolfo Springs in southern Polk County, that is where we have, I'm sorry, not just south of Polk County. That's where we have our next tornado warning, the brand new one that was just issued. This one's starting right now through 4:45. The Orange County warning that we have in effect. This is for Orange and Osceola County. Let me get further up the road. I need to turn off the Tampa radar, turn on the Melbourne radar. That's the closest radar site that we have the best view of this. And we still have that bright pulse of red, the stronger wind going toward the radar. We're kind of losing the green away from the radar, but it is right here. So this is going to be east of Lake Hart. So this circulation has now officially crossed into Orange County. Let me put a loop on this because you can kind of see the flare up a little better, especially if I zoom out, and we're looking for those bright colors. So there it is. Kind of see it. Let me get the arrow back out. That's what makes it a little better. All of a sudden, there's nothing, then a little bright light that pops up, and it goes right here. So there's where the circulation is. We have more lightning south of St. Cloud, so we're going to be watching for that as well. Just because once these storms get a little taller, they get more intense, they produce lightning, and that's whenever they have the better opportunity to spin. So those are even more intense than the ones that are going on right now. Towards Bithlo, at the moment anyway, we're not, I don't believe, under that tornado warning. Yes, we are under that tornado warning. That warning does extend into Bithlo, into Christmas, into Wedgefield. So officially we are in that tornado warning again, meaning that a tornado is imminent, because we are watching this thunderstorm cell with the capability of producing capable of producing a tornado. That is why the tornado warning was issued. I will say that, I mean, it's still there. It's still there. So let's put a track on this. So again, if you're watching from Wedgefield or Bithlo or Christmas, in the next 20-ish minutes, this is going to be on top of us and into Wedgefield as well. Sarah, I don't believe that there is a tornado warning in Oviedo. Tornado watch, but no tornado warning at this time. I don't think there's a tornado warning in Kissimmee unless it was just issued. No tornado warning in Kissimmee. We have 2 active tornado warnings in the interior Central Florida area. We can zoom out and see that. There is the red indicating where we have those tornado warnings at. And then let me turn the radar back on. Yeah, this circulation clearly falling apart, so I don't think we're gonna see an extension of this. Still watching this tornadic potential just southwest of Wedgefield. That is tornado warning number 1. Tornado warning number 2 is then for us into Polk County. So let me zoom out. Let's check in on that as well. You kind of see that red overlay. Not seeing much there, but I do have to change the radar back to the Tampa radar because we're kind of in we're looking way up into the sky from the Melbourne radar from that point. So let's turn that back on, and then there's some subtle rotation. Again, it's not strong. It's certainly not as strong as what the cell was, and all that stuff. This actually isn't. It's just a Chick-fil-A glass, and it's not even Chick-fil-A coffee. I don't know where it's from, but we are watching that. So here is the deal. What's going on? We have tornado warnings popping up everywhere. Okay, this is what happens when these storms make landfall. So the newest tornado warning, we have 3 boxes now all over the place. This tornado warning goes until 5 o'clock. This is for Citrus, Hernando, and Sumter County for the towns of Nobleton, Lake Lindsay, and Brooksville. So let's turn back. I believe I just had the Tampa radar on, so we're going to turn that back on. There is the Tampa radar. I don't really see, just make sure that I'm on the Tampa radar. Closer here, let me turn that back on. There's what would be causing that tornado warning. Let's turn off the velocity. Let's look at the reflectivity on this. It's kind of hard to see. This is more of like your kind of lone storm here, kind of like your lone, it's not a supercell per se, but you kind of see this little kidney bean shape. There is a little hook right here. That is where the warning is. Let me loop this. I'll show you exactly where it's going. This is going to lift up Bushnell. If you are happening to be tuning in from Nobleton or Bushnell, we are under that tornado warning as well. Again, this is the threat that we were talking about. Other than the kind of like your typical afternoon thunderstorm, this is the part that's not part of your typical afternoon thunderstorm. It's gusty 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gust, but we also have the potential for these to spin on a day like today when these outer bands, courtesy of the hurricane in the Gulf, just continue to move on shore. They take advantage of some of that wind shear and start to move and start to spin a little bit. So let me see if the latest scan came in and we can see if we can see that better and turn velocity mode back on. And you really can't see it very well. We're in a really weird spot. There's really no good radar site to get a good view of this cell. But we do have, again, a decent radar signature on the thing. Let me look at another radar product. In and around Spring Hill. So that positive strike right there when that plus comes up. So those are intense lightning strikes there. So we know that Idalia itself is producing a lot of lightning within it's turning into a very mean storm, producing a lot of lightning around its center. We'll take a look at that center in just 1 second. But we kind of took a break from looking at the hurricane itself because we do have several active tornado warnings. One for Orange and Osceola County that is set to expire in a couple of minutes. One for Polk County that's set to expire at 4:45. And then we have one that's set to expire at 5 o'clock. That is for Hernando, Citrus, and Sumter County. We're watching that for you. So let me turn back on my Tampa radar because we're back on Melbourne. I need Tampa. That's our closest one. And this is kind of the rotation. And again, it's not as strong as what we're seeing to the one that came out of Osceola County and Orange County. All right, we're still hanging on to the tornado warning, and all three are still active. We'll see if they drop the one in Orange County. Let's go take a look at that real quick. I'm going to turn off the Tampa radar. I'm going to turn on the Melbourne radar. See the colors kind of change a little bit because now we are really far away from that storm in near Sumter County. Excuse me. All right. Sorry about that. So here's the deal. They might continue this. There's some pretty good signature here. Again, if you're in the Wedgefield area, Bithlow, Christmas, make sure that you're in your safe place here. It's unclear if they are going to continue this warning. It was set to expire at 4:30, but there are, at the very least, some very, very strong winds embedded here. Velocities being picked up again away from going away from the radar near Wedgefield at about 50 to 55 miles an hour. We don't have the inbound winds super strong with this, but we do have the outbound wind. So it does appear they did not continue that tornado warning for Orange County. So that's some good news there. But we're going to watch that quickly because it does look kind of suspicious. All right, so we've got rid of one tornado warning, or the Orange County one, although this still looks suspect to me. So again, around Wedgefield, Oberly Parkway, Dallas Boulevard, still looks suspect to me. Excuse me. So this is not coming to Titusville. I'm sorry about that. I just looked at the chat again. This is not coming to Titusville. Yeah, they're probably going to have to reissue a warning on this. We're gonna watch this very, very carefully. This is a really, really, really intense cell. Just make sure I'm on the right radar and looking at this correctly, because sometimes, no, we're on the Melbourne radar. Yeah, they probably should reissue that tornado warning for Orange County. Let me just double check to make sure that they haven't done so already. They haven't, but that one looks intense. Just do me a favor. If you're watching from Bithlow, South County Road 13, Decker Avenue, Oberly Parkway, Macon Parkway, if you're familiar with any of these roads that I'm just kind of barking out here, make sure that you're in your safe place. Christmas is not bordering Titusville, my friend. Titusville is way over here. Okay, so if it was coming to Titusville, I would let you know. It's right here. If it holds together, it would likely head towards like Mims or Turnbull. You do not have to apologize, my friend. Not at all. No, I mean you're right. I mean it is close. It's not that far, but from this kind of standpoint, it's far away. But I get you. So no, you don't have to apologize at all. No, you're good. You're good. When you're rolling down the Colonial or Highway 50 there, no, you are good. All right, new warning just posted to my phone. Okay, so there it goes. New tornado warning for Seminole County and Orange County. This is the one that we were just talking about that they would likely have to reissue. Seminole County and Orange. It's that same cell that they were just on. Yeah, it's that same cell that they were tracking before they reissued on it. All right, so we've been watching that one. We talked about Bithlo and Christmas that I wanted you guys in your safe place, even though there was no tornado warning. But this guy is intense. It's Highway 50. This is the biggest one of the day so far, of the morning so far. I believe Oviedo may be in this. Let me just double check. This is going to be just to the east of Oviedo. So this is more Chuliota, Seminole County. It's from Geneva, Chuliota, Bithlo, just to the west of Christmas here. This is all kind of lifting up for us. So we have the new tornado warning here. Let me just put a timer on this. Let me track this into some neighborhoods. And then I want to go back out towards us in Sumter County. I don't want to forget about you guys. That was out to the southwest of Nobleton. So far, Haines City's looking good. All right, so Bithlo, we are under the area of most concern right now. This thing's kind of lifting up like that as these storms are getting more and more intense. And I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. These are kind of lifting that way. I think the warning might be a little... It's going to... I guess it's drawn the correct way there. But yeah, this one is looking kind of rough. Very, very powerful winds. Very strong winds in here. Yes, you did. Yeah, St. Cloud. That was just to the east of you guys on St. Cloud. I will show you the eye in a little bit. Right now, we do have some potentially damaging thunderstorms producing potentially tornadoes again through the hours. That's why we had to take a break from kind of the position in Eyewall updates there from the actual hurricane causing this. We do still have a tornado warning for Sumter County, so I want to go check in on that for our friends in Sumter County. Have to turn the Tampa radar back on, get the velocity mode back on. It's certainly not as intense as what we're seeing in Orange in the Seminole County warning. But yeah, and that's what we kind of talked about. Danny Carey 52 said it's barely raining in Altamont, but it's rocking in East Orange County and East Seminole County right now, and that is because these outer bands slide through. They're very scattered. One band comes through, it gets nasty, and then all that stuff. Destin, you should be on the quieter side. So here we go. So this is going to be, we're watching Nobleton. That's where we start Sumter County. This is coming out of Citrus and Hernando County. That's our next, where our tornado warning is right now. Let me... Yeah, Oviedo, this should go to your east. Okay, so this should stay to your east. We're going to get back on that cell. I got to turn back on the Melbourne radar, turn off Tampa so that we get a good view of it. This warning, just real quick, includes Lake Lindsay, Nobleton. This goes until 5 a.m. This is for another 20 minutes, so we'll continue to come back in and check on these. We have 3 warnings here. Let me just, I believe the warning in Polk County was set to expire at 4:45. So let me just get back down into Polk County. Turn that off. Here is that Polk warning real quick. And it looks like it's all straight line. It's all in one direction right now. Yeah, so, and it looks like it might even be so we're going to get back to that one. That one is intense. We've been tracking that one for a while, and it's been holding together, too. You can even see them really high up in the sky. I got to change back to... We're on the Melbourne radar. Okay, so we're on the Melbourne radar. There's actually a couple of different couplets here. So this is just of Wedgefield, and when I say couplets, these are what I'm looking at. Reds and greens. There's not too many greens here, but there's a dropout, so we are seeing some rotation here, and there's 3 little things, so we certainly could have this cell trying to kind of produce 3 different circulations, and one of those could certainly be producing a tornado. St. Cloud is okay now. We did have a tornado warning a little bit ago. That is what we're actually kind of pinpointing here. Look at these nasty lightning strikes. So we have 2 areas of concern, one around Bithlow. Let's get into some street level mapping here. Let me zoom out. We just had a new radar update. These are kind of moving. Let me zoom out. So all this junk is kind of moving towards State Road 46. If you're familiar with that in Seminole County, closer to Southmere, continuing to stay, very, very intense. Here we go with the 420. So Fort Christmas Road, Phillips Road. I want you guys in your safe place right now. Again, that's the lowest level. Get into the bathroom. I know that sounds dramatic, and I know that may sound scary or whatever, but this is some pretty intense rotation coming through East Orange County, East Seminole County as well. So Phillips Road, again, I want you guys in your safe place. This is just to the northeast of Bithlow, just north of Highway 50, if you're familiar with that. These are kind of going to eventually lift into Seminole County, but we have intense lightning strikes on top of that rotation. Let me put a tracker on. There's not much in the way here, so we're not going to see a city pop up. So let me get that. I want to get back to the street level mapping here, though, and get you a little closer. So Phillips Road again, Jackson Road, Reindeer Road, Brown Road. This is all in Orange County, just over the Seminole County line. Okay, this is going to be a very nasty thunderstorm. So just keep that in mind. Curryville Road, eventually, that's in Seminole County. Baxter Point Road, that's whenever you want to get into your safe place. So again, just be careful, okay? Once you in your safe place right there, we will get back to kind of the updates. We have some questions about landfall. Okay, Lake Lindsay calm at the moment. Question. Kissimmee's looking safe at the moment. We're watching for more storms to pop, though. So kind of two areas of spin here. This warning, let's check when that warning goes to. We have the main, we're going right here. This is going to lift into Seminole County so Nobleton, Loud Thunder, we were in that tornado warning. I believe that cell has completely moved out of the tornado warning. All right, so let's get back on some of the rotation. If anybody watches these things and likes to track tornadoes, we are certainly seeing that very, very strong rotation, especially for a tropical setup, a tropical tornado potential right there. That was, again, moving to the northeast of Bithlo. It does appear to be weakening slightly in here as it crosses the Seminole County line. It's something what we will be something we watching as well. Citrus County tornado warning. I think most of that has now moved out of Citrus County. As well. All right, so let me back this up. So we currently have dropped the other two warnings as expected. National Weather Service has canceled those two warnings. Those have been allowed to expire. First and foremost, look at all that lightning out here. Look at this. That is the Eyewall of Idalia. Crazy. In Fruitland Park, there's nothing tornadic at the moment. We're still under that tornado watch, but there's nothing coming your way at the moment. That tornado watch will expire at 6 o'clock. But right now you are good. So there's nothing more. The storm right now is a Category 3. It's right on the cusp though of Category 4. So we may see that by the 5 o'clock advisory, which is due up in a little bit. We will bring that to you as it happens live here. Things are looking a little bit better. Still some very strong wind gusts right along the Seminole-Orange County line. But that is the deal with that. Real quick, I do want to get back to just looking at the hurricane itself. There is the spin. It's getting closer to landfall, moving at 17 miles an hour now to the northeast. This may be a good thing for Tallahassee. It looks like it might try to curve closer inland. This could be, let me get some extra cities on here. Cross City, Chiefland, Cedar Key area. So somewhere, one of those cities is likely going to take the direct hit, the worst of the worst, if you will. That is what we're likely going to see. One of those towns, unfortunately, is going to do that. It's most likely going to be either Perry or Cross City coming through. But right now we are looking at a strong Category 4, strong Category 3 hurricane on the cusp of Category 4. The pressure continues to drop. We're back inland now. The biggest threat for anything that we have right now inland is this tornado threat that will last us for the next couple of hours. Michael, stop it. It's not a nothing burger. So Curryville Road, we're up for that strongest part of the storm, still in that tornado warning. We'll check when this rolls to. Again, this is for Seminole and Orange County, including Bithlo, Chuliota, Geneva. This rolls until 5 o'clock in the morning. So we'll be able to let this one go, hopefully. It does look like it's improving. It's not as intense, the rotation anyway. It's not as intense. So that is some good news. We're still going to be under that tornado warning, though, for the next 10 minutes. And then at 5 o'clock, we're going to get that latest advisory, and we may end up having a Category 4 hurricane. We will see. I have not had a chance to look at the Hurricane Hunter data since we got thrown into kind of tornado warning coverage here. And again, that was all part of, unfortunately, the forecast here, as when you get these outer bands pushing through, that tends to allow tornadoes to develop with the extra wind shear involved from the hurricane that's sitting, hundreds of miles offshore, at least from the Central Florida perspective. It is closing in. And it doesn't make landfall everywhere. So that's a good point that Troy makes here in the chat. Is that it hasn't made landfall just yet. So weird that they fired the sirens there. I guess that's Oviedo. I mean, the warning was east, but maybe the eastern side of Oviedo was technically included in that. But thank you again for that report, Jeff, of just the lightning and rain in Oviedo. There is our warning. So I guess if that may be technically still Oviedo, and that's probably why they fired the sirens there. So I know they do have tornado sirens in Oviedo. Yeah, so a lot of people hopping on here after being woken up by the tornado sirens. That is because there is a tornado warning. It's really on the east side, the far east side of Oviedo. So this is not in downtown Oviedo. I will say things are looking a lot better as well. We have lost a good chunk of the rotation. Let's put that into motion. You can kind of see the light up, the flare up a little bit better when things get really, really bright. That's where the rotation is. We are not seeing that, so I would imagine that at 5 o'clock we will have that warning allowed to expire. It appears that the tornado warning for Seminole is going to continue. Let me stop rolling this here. And it looks like they may issue for Volusia. That's not 100%. They're saying they're thinking about it for the Weather Service. So again, heads up in Volusia County. Coming up at about 5 o'clock, we are going to start to have some reports from the North Gulf Coast, specifically the Perry area. Right now, I mean, we are getting close to landfall. At 5 o'clock, let's check. We've had a couple of requests as that rotation has pulsed down a little bit. I want to measure how far away from land this is. See, there's that wobble kind of back to the west a little bit. You see it was moving east, and then there's that wobble back. See it? Over that last frame there. So this is still looking like we have the Perry area kind of under the gun here for where we're going to see a landfall. Perry, Cross City, somewhere in that north central thing. If it does continue to jog back to the west, it does look like maybe Tallahassee is going to miss the worst of this. So it's still going to not be the best, but it's not going to be the worst. Let's check the latest high-resolution wind forecast. And there we go by 5 o'clock on Wednesday. So there 41-mile-per-hour winds. I need to get some actual data in here. There we go. In Perry, 76-mile-per-hour winds. That's greater than hurricane force, pushing 80. And then there, and I do think right in there, we're going to see things get a little even stronger than 80 miles an hour for Perry. The worst of the storm is going to hit at about 8 o'clock, so we're kind of in the thick of it now through the rest of the morning. It's 5 o'clock now. Landfall is expected sometime around 8-ish, give or take. And then that's when we'll see, and then we'll keep the worst conditions rolling for the next several hours after that. Okay, yeah, and the Weather Service believes that it has weakened as well. We were talking about that first, so. All right, so far for Orlando, the strongest of the thunderstorms we do have some heavy rain pushing through the Orlando metro right now. Let me show you a live look. That's some of the heavy rain coming down. That is downtown Orlando. There's Port Canaveral. It is certainly breezy. We were talking about that it'd be gusty. It'd be breezy. Catherine's asking, is 45-mile-per-hour wind safe to drive in? If you're not driving over the bridges, I know 45 mile per hour kind of closes some of those bridges. But 5 a.m. is just out. Let's see. And we do officially have a Category 4 hurricane. So that's breaking news right off the top here. We have a Category 4 hurricane pressure down to 130-mile-per-hour wind. So this is hot off the press a couple of minutes early. And there you go. So there is that Category 4 hurricane. It has also picked up forward speed by a mile per hour as it continues to work north-northeast. So we mentioned that it was northeast before. Now it's northeast. So there was that jog back to the west. So now already was a significant hurricane, but we have officially achieved, unfortunately, Category 4 status here with winds of 130 miles an hour as this thing barrels through. And the Eyewall is even getting stronger. I don't know if you can make that out, but that purple on the west side here, the purple on that west side of the thing, let me try to point that out. Let me put this into play mode so that I can get the arrow out for you. But look at this. That purple right there, the Eyewall is still firing. It's so intense, and it's going to have the potential for even more strengthening. It's going to be on land soon, relatively soon. Let me get the ruler out again. From that last check, that is not the ruler. Come on. All right, so there is my ruler. So the Eyewall is about 46, 45-ish miles away again from that. So we're about 2.5 hours away from landfall, doing just some very simple math. So that would put, if we're at 5 o'clock now, that would be about 7:30. So I think sometime in between that 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock hour, depending upon if it wobbles further to the west or to the east. No, we're not going to pray for a Cat 5. Get that out of here. But somewhere in that time frame between 7 and 8 o'clock, this is likely going to be coming on shore as a very, very strong hurricane, now officially becoming a Category 4 hurricane within the last few minutes. Again, 5 o'clock advisory hot off the press. There is a new track with this. Again, the track at this point does not matter, but we'll take a look at it anyway because, I mean, now the rest is a foregone conclusion. But there you go. It does take the worst of this away from Tampa. So that's kind of where, you know, as it was away from Tallahassee. Tampa, we are way in the clear. We just have some of that storm surge, and again, we're past the worst of that. But Tallahassee, let me turn my labels on. And I will find that this is more, and it may even go to. So that is, I mean, that's great news for Tallahassee. This hurricane will not be a Category 6. It's Category 4 right now. It will likely make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. It does not have much more time now. This will be on land in about 2 to 3 hours. Thank you, Jim A. I appreciate you. All right, so I'm optimistic for Tallahassee a little bit more than I was about an hour ago. We had those wobbles again. Perry is going to be really under the gun. We're going to likely take the brunt of the Eyewall. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn our loop on. And again, if you are just joining the live feed, welcome. We're coming at you live on clickorlando.com, on News 6 Plus, on the Pinpoint Weather app, on the Pinpoint Hurricane app, and of course on the WKMG Click Orlando YouTube channel. Thank you guys so much for being here and tracking this storm alongside us. We're watching an unprecedented event unfold here. We've never, since any of us have been alive, seen a hurricane of this magnitude make landfall in this part of the world. The Big Bend of Florida has never taken a hurricane like this, so certainly unprecedented what we are watching unfold here. So just it's crazy, and it's typically because of the steering currents. We either see these go to the panhandle, something like what Michael did, or kind of bend and do something what Wilma, Charlie, Ian did, Irma for that matter too. This is just an area that typically just doesn't get hurricanes here, but that's changing. That's changing right now, unfortunately. All right, so here we are just after 5 o'clock. We have a Category 4 hurricane. I want to show you the latest update again. We've had several tornado warnings fire off through the central Florida area. Polk, Sumter, Osceola, Seminole, and into Orange County. Those have since expired. Let me just double check that. We were watching all the rotation kind of go away. We are watching for... Yeah, and I do not believe... I'm going to turn on the national rate. Look at this. Look at this. Look at how much lightning is in this Eyewall. This is insane. This is a mean, mean storm. The Eyewall might be open on the southeast side. I have to see if there's a vortex data message from the Hurricane Hunter plane. I don't see... Because I don't know if that's the eye opening up on the southeast side or not to maybe... I mean, it's too late now for any significant weakening, unfortunately. Orlando is not. Jim, it could. I mean, in Florida's history, obviously the three Cat 5s stand out. Michael, 1935, and then Andrew. Irma was terrible. Ian was terrible. If this continued, which it will, so I would 100% say that as well. I would imagine this is the last time we ever hear this name. This one's likely going to be a no doubter retired as well. And it's weird. This replaced Irma from the 2017 list, so we're only going to get use out of this eye storm. It'll likely be retired again. All right, so here we go, too. It looks like again, too little, too late, but it does look like that Idalia is going to go through an eyewall replacement cycle, and that's probably what it is. I was talking about maybe there's some dry air on the southeast side. What happens is you see this other bright band of red and orange. That's a bigger secondary eyewall. I think that's trying to develop here, and what happens is that we see it wrap around the center, so then it replaces that eyewall there. What happens in the eyewall replacement cycle, the eye gets bigger and then it spreads out the wind for a greater distance. And then it does the strengthening process once again. I think this is already its second time. It tried to do it earlier as well. Denellen, we're going to have some nasty outer bands come through. We actually have one working its way toward Denellen right now. There it is, coming out of Hernando, coming out of the villages. That was the other band. But right along the Cedar Key Crystal River area, that's where we have another outer band. That's going to push on through. No tornado in Ocklawaha or Bellevue right now. But yeah, okay, so I mean that's a great question that we have in the chat. Somebody had asked about why is it always the ice storm. It's honestly the luck of the draw. It's just that by the time we get to the ice storm, we're typically in the peak of hurricane season. So it just works out that because of where it is in the alphabet, that's where we typically see the ice storm, when the water's the warmest and when the conditions are and all that stuff. Lord, I don't think it's going to slow down. The reason why it's not going to slow down, I'll show you here. We'll go wide view. Look at this. So here are the dueling hurricanes we currently have. One obviously impacting the Big Bend of Florida. And then we have Franklin out there as well. The reason that I don't believe, and I just want to reposition my camera and then we'll get back in. But the reason why this is just going to continue to roll is because of something known as a jet streak. We have the upper level jet stream kind of turning us to the northeast a little bit. And then as soon as this loads, I will show you. It just did. Hang on one second. Got to redo it again. This is the dip in the jet stream. We have a jet streak just zipping here, and that's kind of pulling it right on through. So this thing is going to stay fast. It's likely going to continue at that 15 to 20 mile per hour range, again, straight on through. Lake Panasoffkee, what's going on? Things are looking okay right now. We did have a tornado warning close by. Let's see, another warning just come through. It's just for it's for the airport, Volusia and Orange County under airport weather warnings now. So it may start to impact some flights a little bit. But there you go. And then, of course, this other thing that you see spiraling out here, that is Hurricane Franklin. That did have a direct result, I guess an indirect result. There was high pressure here. It really pumped up that high through. So one of our reporters just got to Perry. Everything's nice and quiet right now. It's a little further inland, but we'll show you pictures again in video as this comes along, because Perry could be one of the hardest hit areas. Jim Cantore did not say that. Jim Cantore did not say that. Probably like noon. We have a reporter there, so we're gonna show you his live reports when he comes back on. He just did a live report for our newscast. Next time he's on, I will pull him in, and we'll see what he's talking about in the Perry area. It looked nice and calm there whenever I just glanced up. That is 100% going to change. Again, these things are so crazy how they come through and how it's nice. It's just wild. Yeah, I bet it is, William. Good one. Yeah, we had those tornado sirens go off in Oviedo. We had a tornado warning on the east side of Oviedo. Don't really think it was for Oviedo. Certainly wasn't for downtown of Oviedo, but it may have been on the eastern side, enough for the city to kind of fire off those sirens. That tornado warning has since expired. Let's go check out. So there is the latest Hurricane Hunter data coming through. You get a better shot. See, the thing is moving very fast. Ocala's looking pretty good. Again, we'll be kind of in and out of those nasty rain bands. That tornado threat's still there, but all in all considered, it'll look a little dramatic at times, but nothing too wild in Ocala. Marina, we have not heard of any damage in Ormond Beach. It's been pretty tame. Just a little breezy in Ormond Beach. Julia, it's pretty unusual. Yeah, it's a weird spot to come in because there's already like limited land to get into Georgia, and it's moving so fast that it's going to continue to keep its wind speeds further inland because again, it's not gonna fall apart very quickly.
We're attempting to go back and forth in the 5 and 5:30 with like a wheel kind of format like we did yesterday.
Get that? What? All right, so we are looking at some real-time Hurricane Hunter data now as we just kind of watch and wait, and not much of a change. I mean, we're at 940. The pressure has dropped to Port Richey's good. Port Richey is, from what I know anyway, is good, at least from a weather perspective. We've had some outer bands come through. That's about it. There hasn't been anything crazy. And all that jazz. Yeah, so that 142 you see on the screen, that is a flight level wind. So that translates down to that 130 that the current advisory is. I will get off this graphic and I'll show you again the official advisory if this is, I think we'll have more rain coming through in Orlando. But, I mean, I don't think we're going to see anything worse than what we just did. We'll see it in the morning again. So, again, heads up for your morning commute. But it's not going to get anything crazy. So that's the thing. And we weren't expecting it to through most of Central Florida. The worst was kind of, we were just in those tornado warnings a little bit ago. That was kind of the main threat as these rain bands pushed through to fire up these potentially tropical tornadic storms that are kind of embedded in there as well. I would love to Thanos snap this. That's a great comment, Sarah. I love to Thanos snap this hurricane out of here. That'd be great. All right, so if you're just joining us, and welcome on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button if you are finding this stream helpful or informative. If you want to stay updated on Florida weather all the time, post this stuff, hit that subscribe button. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to do that. You know, for people asking about the rest of the day or if they should head to the theme parks, you know, that's up to you. It's going to be a little breezy. There's going to be a few thunderstorms around, but really the afternoon does not look bad. After about lunchtime, still that tornado threat is going to be there. But anyway, Oviedo or Wedgefield? Let me get back to my comments page so I can actually bring some comments over so you know who I'm talking to. But otherwise, otherwise, the afternoon looks decently good in the Orlando area. So there is the eye. It looks like it's trying to close again. So this is one of the byproducts of the Eyewall replacement cycle. I don't know if we are getting dry air in there that's helping out or if it's just kind of pushing through. Let me check some things real quick. Right now, Davenport into Polk County, okay. Just a few gusty showers coming your way from the southwest. Orlando's pretty okay. Landfall's coming up at about 8 o'clock, give or take. So this is coming through, and it's going to be somewhere, I think, between Perry and Cross City. I think Tallahassee's going to miss out on the worst. We're going to see gusty winds, 40, 50, 60 miles an hour, but I think the most intense stuff stays just to the east of Tallahassee and really around the Perry, Cross City area. I don't know that landfall is going to wait until noon. It's 5 o'clock, and this thing's 40 miles away from land. And it is moving at about 20 miles an hour. Yeah, it's 18 miles an hour, so it's sped up. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Thanks, Lord. I'm glad I appear to be alert anyway. Thank you. I appreciate that. Lake City, still kind of the same thing. I will show you in Lake City kind of the progression here of the wind gusts going forward. So here we go into the second part of the morning. That's 6 o'clock, so nothing too crazy in Lake City yet. And then you see right there, there's kind of the worst of it. I do think somewhere in here is going to get wind gusts, though, way over 100 miles an hour. That might be in between Perry and Cross City. There's kind of this model's handling it very, very well. It has that little circle thing moving out of Perry. So really just to the right of that, again, closer to Cross City, that's where we're going to be expecting landfall. So you see Lake City wind gusts, we're pushing 80, maybe 90 miles an hour because this thing's going to be blasting right on through, and all of the above. Had a question about surge in Citrus County, and it looks like, again, it's going to be into that 12 to 16 foot range. So, again, very significant storm surge into coastal Citrus County. That's the Crystal River area. That's south of Cedar Key. So, again, this is going to be significant. Homosassa, again, strong gusty winds in those outer bands, and then we could have some of that storm surge flooding coming up some of the tributaries there. So, just a really, really terrible situation. So it's gonna get nasty and top choppy. I do think the worst though is going to stay well to your east. So probably like 60, 75 mile per hour gust. The worst of this looks like it's going to head right into Perry over the next couple of hours, and the worst is when that Eyewall comes ashore. So we are going to be watching that closely. Let me check in to see what exactly. Okay, so the National Weather Service in Tallahassee just put in our National Weather Service chat room. They just said that they are going to have to issue an extreme wind warning for sustained winds of 115 mile per hour or greater. So this is something that happens in the most intense hurricanes. You get this big, broad area that's known under the extreme wind warning. And again, you treat that like it's a violent tornado on the ground. So that is going to end up coming in place. Again, they're going to issue it somewhere around the Big Bend area on the southeast Big Bend. from Perry to Cross City potentially. This is somewhere southeast Big Bend, so we're going to be watching for that. Again, those are significant. So again, this is just an early heads up. This is likely going to be, give me 1 second. I'm just kind of guessing where they are going to issue this warning just from what we're kind of watching here. But again, everybody, if you are watching from Jefferson County, likely, Taylor County especially, maybe Dixie County, maybe Lafayette, I'm not 100% sure where they're going to pull that trigger, but that's at least from what I can tell just from the motion of this thing. Again, the Weather Service is going to issue the warning. I'm just giving you an early heads up to their heads up. They're going to give you an hour of lead time, they said, before that 115 mile per hour winds come in. Again, that is sustained. We get out. Look at the gust on this thing. That's 160. So here's the deal. Let me know in the chat. Let me know if you are... if anybody's watching from Jefferson County, from Taylor County, from Madison County, from Lafayette County, from Dixie County, from Levy County. Let me know if anybody's watching in the live chat from those areas. I'd be interested to see if we have anybody tuning in from from the Big Bend area. So please post it in the comments, or if you are watching for anybody there, if you have family there, we're just kind of looking to do that because we're going to talk about this. We are going to we're going to be working through this again. This is going to be a very intense couple of hours, starting for the Big Bend. I would say probably in about an hour and a half. Yes, I did. Yeah, Dixie County is one of them. Leon County and Tallahassee, that could certainly be included in there. Not 100% sure what they're going to do. Kissimmee, Orlando, it's pretty gentle. It's pretty gentle right now. I'm planning on going through at least landfall, likely after landfall, till the worst is over here. So probably through at least 8, 9, maybe 10 o'clock. Yeah, and someone mentioned I most of these areas are not heavily populated. So, I mean, I guess that is some of the saving grace here. All right, so we do have a Levy County. So it's going to be interesting what they do.
Jackie, I already have a bunch of them started on the top of the 725. Just so you're not doubling up. Other than that,
So, okay, so History Savior in 1941, he's asking about why did they just extend the hurricane warning. First of all, they extended that likely because it is a Category 4 hurricane now. It is also moving nearly to 20 miles an hour, so this thing is stronger, and it's moving faster, so this thing is just going to cut across North Florida and then make it to Georgia very quickly, likely still maintaining a lot of its strength because it's not going to have a ton of time to wind down. So, thinks that. So that's why they went ahead and did that. The track really staying the same. It's just now, I mean, this forward speed and everything, I think they're just more confident now that we are going to get those hurricane conditions in Savannah. So again, not the best thing. That's correct, Kaylee, and that's what we were just talking about. It doesn't matter. There's still people there. All right, so I am going to, right now, if you're wondering about Perry and Taylor County, I'm going to send you over to our reporter, Eric Von Enken. He's doing a live report in Perry as the Eyewall closes in on Taylor County.
That you would take. We are safely inland. We're about 17 miles off the Gulf. So if you went north, straight up from the Gulf, you would get to this town called Perry. It is fairly rural. We're pretty much here in the center of town, more or less the center of town. There is a downtown area. Really, that is one street. We have set up behind this shopping plaza. So across the street is another shopping center here. The wind is behind us, but you can see it out there in the distance. Again, at this point, we are waiting, and there are a lot of people here waiting with us. You see cars in the distance there with their lights on. A lot of these people are, I wouldn't call them first responders, maybe second responders. So a lot of tree trimmers, a lot of people willing to jump in after this. A lot of people looking to make money. Obviously, when light comes and the eye goes through here, these tree trimmers say that they're ready to jump into action. The big unknown is the wind at this point. So we know that the eye is still several hours away from us, but that's the big concern here because we are far enough inland to where the flooding, this even 15, 16 feet of predicted storm surge should not come to where we are. It's the people right on the Gulf that are in the direct path of that. Here, we're waiting to see what the wind does. For now, live in Perry, Eric Von Aken getting results, News 6.
We'll check back in. Thank you, Eric. Now, one of the worst areas expected to see the worst weather here in Central Florida is Marion.
And that was our reporter, Eric Von Aken, had the headphones in, was listening to see what he was saying up there. You see, it's relatively calm right now. He is getting ready in the next couple of hours to pretty much take a direct hit from the eyewall of the hurricane here. That's going to be the most intense part. And again, that's likely coming up in about an hour. Before we went to Eric Von Aken, we were talking about that the Weather Service was giving us a heads up to the heads up that they are going to be issuing something known as the extreme wind warning. Those are issued when sustained winds are 115 miles per hour. You need to treat these like a tornado warning. I'll let you know exactly what counties those are issued for when they are issued. But again, just keep in mind that I personally... Just keep in mind that this is an early heads up. So if you are out and about... This is going to hit other places. This is going to hit Georgia, South Carolina, parts of North Carolina as well. What we were getting into before, this is, I think they might issue, and again, this is going to be the Weather Service call, but if you are outside in Perry, in Cross City, in Chiefland, so that's going to be into Dixie County, Taylor County, Lafayette, into Jefferson. This is where I think, or give or take, that extreme wind warning. Again, that is a super, super rare warning issued by the National Weather Service. We typically only see these when we have high-end Cat 3s or above making landfall. So that is coming. You do not want to be outside. This is something that will damage well-built structures. One of these were issued in Ian last year, and we saw what happened. One of these were issued in Ida a couple of years ago in Louisiana. You saw what happened. Don't want to seem too dramatic here, but these are something that you need to treat like tornado warnings and that you need to take seriously. So if you happen to be watching this outside, you need to make your final kind of, preparation time is over, of course. It's night or early morning. The conditions are starting to go downhill, but we are very, very close to taking the brunt of this storm. And again, that extreme wind warning going to be coming out very soon. In the next, they said 1 to 2 hours. Of course, that's what we are looking at as well. That was at 5:26, so they were really 6:26 into 7:26. We said landfall at about 7 to 8. They're projecting that at about 7:30. So I would assume that by 6:30 we are going to have that warning out from the National Hurricane Center. What I want to do now in kind of anticipation for that, through the Central Florida area, we are mainly quiet. Want to be clear about that. We did have a few of these nastier outer bands come through. They produced a few tornado warnings, some very strong signatures, some very strong rotational signatures. Brand new tornado watch just came out. This is also kind of breaking news. This is going to include all of Central Florida. So the brand new update here that we are getting hot off the press is a new tornado watch until 3 o'clock. So this is going to say 6 a.m. So here is the kind of breaking news. There is a new one, all extended. Yeah, new one, all of Central Florida till 3 p.m. All right, so this is kind of what we were talking about. Those outer bands are going to roll through. I'll show you future radar. I do think once we get into the afternoon, around lunchtime, that's when we could have some really nasty things. I'm changing the timeline here because this has now been extended and increased. So that's the deal here. So tornado watch goes now until 3 p.m. for all of Central Florida. That includes the Tampa area, the Orlando area, still all the way down to Fort Myers. That actually might be, that could still be the initial one as well. So yeah, it's a long one, and the reason for that is I will show you. I will show you the reason for that. So there is our tornado watch. I'm going to try to get up another feed here to show you what's going on with let's see here. Trying to find the right source for you to get a double box up of where our reporter is. He's got some great view of kind of the rain sheets for us in Perry. All right, so what we were looking at above my head, that is a live view, and the camera's going to shake around a little bit. Our reporter might get in there, but that's our reporter shot. That is of Perry, Florida, in Taylor County. We're taking a live look there, and you can see some of the heavy rain. They're in a dark spot. Looks like they're cleaning the lens. But that is where they are. The kind of new developments here are that we have a tornado watch until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So that is because we're going to continue to have these outer bands spiral through. The one thing we don't really have this time around is the instability. Because we don't have the sunshine. So we have the moisture, we have the wind shear. Once we get into the afternoon, we're going to be able to build some sunshine and build some instability in between the outer bands, which will help to fuel a bigger severe threat. So again, just once we get into, we could have some of the more intense kind of rotational tracks here, though. So thank you, Satanic Hymns. I appreciate that. And all that stuff. So it does pass slow. No, I know. It's going to be a long day. We talked about that. All right, so let me pull up now. I wanted to show you guys the future radar to show you why exactly that we are dealing with a tornado watch for a long time. So in the meantime, I'm going to show you Let me get. I'm going to update this future radar in real time here. So let's see. Orlando is on the dirty side. That is a good observation, a good question, and it's the reason why we are under that tornado watch as we speak. That's when we typically get there with the dirty side. In Jacksonville, the winds aren't going to be that terrible. 40, 50, maybe 60 mile per hour winds, especially if you get stuck in one of those outer bands. But it's not going to be horrible, all things considered. Certainly there. Orlando's not going to be bad per se. We are going to be in and out of some bands, and again, some of those could be on the beefy side, on the intense side, as they kind of rotate around the center of Idalia there. So let me get to what I want to show you. This is the future radar. We're going to start this at 8 o'clock in the morning, the timeline here, and then we're going to go through 11 o'clock at night.
Yes, there is. Okay, we'll fix.
You know, Carlos, I've not seen widespread cancellations. So here's the deal. Look at 8 o'clock. So when people are asking, is Orlando going to be bad, or is Titusville going to be bad, or anywhere in Central Florida, Eustis, Tavares, the Villages, Sanford, Deltona, Orange City, Mims, you name it, Rockledge, Sharps, Kissimmee, St. Cloud, Point Siena, we're all kind of under the same gun. And look at this at 8 o'clock. This is why we're under that tornado watch. Look at how nasty this outer band could be. Those darker reds, each one of these little kidney bean-shaped things could be rotating. There we go at 9. We have more thunderstorms pushing through. I think finally by 1 or 2, we're starting to see things wind down a little bit. Nonetheless, though, that tornado watch goes till 3. I suspect it's going to come down a little early, but we will be watching. We will be watching. Hey, man, no, love Titusville. Love Titusville. Ask away about Titusville. We talk about Titusville all the time, so ask away, my friend. Ask away. All he sees is the potential mesocyclones, and there could be a lot of them today. Last check, OIA is open. There was an airport weather warning with that nasty weather coming through. Could be delaying some flights, but it is open. Awesome. Thanks for that feedback. That's good to know. I'll show more things like that. For those that may be just joining us, I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kagas. Welcome to the live stream. We've been on since about 5 o'clock yesterday, so the stream is now 12 hours healthy, and we are going to continue this at least through landfall, likely longer, because we're going to be under that tornado watch. We're going to be watching this closely for everybody that's still highlighted in yellow until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So we are in this for the long haul to kind of keep you ahead of all this stuff as this is going through. So again, just keep that in mind. Still waiting for that kind of newer designation. Ham radio is cool. Ham radio is cool. You got it, guys. No, hey, you're keeping me going. There's been a lot of fun comments on here. I mean, you got to be lighthearted, I guess, in a time like this. But, I mean, it's a serious situation, again, unfolding here, a very dangerous situation. unfolding for our friends in the Big Bend of Florida. So we're thinking about them tonight. We're going to be tracking this all the way through. Of course, we still have the chance for impactful weather through Central Florida, interior Central Florida as well, for those watching from the greater Ocala area, Orlando area, Gainesville, and Daytona Beach, Kissimmee, St. Cloud, because of the wind shear induced by that big spiral there. Look how close it's getting to shore. I'm going to measure this thing. I want to see where this is, and every now and then I'm going to glance over to that other computer. That's where I'm kind of have that direct line with the National Weather Service. Again, they are in charge of issuing those watches and warnings, and we will see again when they it's very noteworthy when that warning comes out, because that is when you need to be like you can't leave your house when that warning comes out for the counties that are impacted under that warning. I mean, it is going to be a very serious situation when those counties go into that warning. The Weather Service said they're going to give you an hour of lead time. And then once that happens, then you will see that opportunity for in likelihood of sustained winds of 115 miles an hour, which is crazy. Y'all don't
have that answer at 551?
Moab, Utah, great town. Great town. I'll show you what's going on here. That is a live look above my head in Perry, Florida. This is going to be in Taylor County. This is in one of the spots where they could take the direct hit of Idalia's Eyewall there, the strongest part of the storm, which contains 130 mile per hour sustained winds, gusts up there to 160 miles an hour. The pressure continues to drop. We can check in on the latest Hurricane Hunter data, but yeah, I know. Thank you guys for sticking with us. Again, above me, if you are just tuning in, that is Taylor County. That is Perry, Florida. We have our reporter, Eric Von Enken. Every now and then, he's going to be giving some reports for the newscast in the greater Orlando, Ocala area. Into Brevard County as well, so we're going to take his feed every now and then. I'm going to show you what he's kind of talking about, and every now and then he'll step in front of the camera, and then we'll see what he has to say here. Ashley, yeah, that's not us. That's YouTube doing that. So that's not us. That's pretty terrible. So we also have Trooper Steve driving around Central Florida. That is Trooper Steve's truck. I just missed the road sign. He's around here somewhere. He was in East Orange County, in East Seminole County. He was watching where we had the tornado warnings earlier. Again, all those warnings have expired, but he's obviously driving around in Results 1. There's some of the heavy rain there from the outer bands through interior Central Florida. Where we were showing you before, that is where the brunt of Idalia could come through in just a matter of hours here. And before I wanted to show you that live look from both Trooper Steve and our reporter Eric Von Enken in Taylor County. But there's also something I wanted to show you. We were going to measure the distance between landfall, between landfall and where, between the Eyewall and land. So let's do that. Just check in, make sure warnings. Tornado watch extended for Polk, Sumter County until 3 o'clock. So everybody in Central Florida, is under the gun here for that additional tornado watch, that extension of the tornado watch until 3 o'clock. Hey, Wisconsin Johnny, it certainly does. Let's get back to the radar. I was trying to change the radar stuff. Turn on the national radar. There it is. Still firing off lightning. You do see the lightning strikes kind of winding down a little bit, but look how close we are. Trying to fill in. So, excuse me. A couple of you guys have mentioned about Eyewall replacement cycle. There's Wisconsin Johnny mentioning that, and what he's talking about here is the initial Eyewall right in here, very intense, a lot of lightning striking around it. This is kind of the secondary Eyewall. It's very big, but what happens with these things is that it kind of sheds its initial one, it weakens for a time, and then it kind of sucks in and tightens up that secondary Eyewall, that bigger one there, and then it starts strengthening again. The physical process behind this then spreads out the wind over a greater distance. It's kind of like that, if you remember from physics class, when the ice skater kind of spins a little bit. Arms in tight, spins faster, and then arms out wide, it spins slower. So that's kind of the thing. Orange and Seminole. Let's check some things out here.
Is there a warning?
I don't think so. I think that might be the watch. I was talking about where Trooper Steve was earlier. Sorry about that. Sorry, Allison. You're okay. Thanks, sir. Yeah, no, we're just talking in the newsroom, just with that new tornado watch issue. Just kind of talking. Keep it on next time. But anyway, Wisconsin John. Sorry, Wisconsin Johnny. I like that name. But all that stuff. I mean, yeah, if you're in Central Florida, yes, that's what we've literally said for the afternoon. But not for the Big Bend, and that's the thing. And again, these storms that do have the potential to produce tornadoes through the afternoon, those ones aren't your typical thunderstorm. So we mentioned about, yeah, for most of Central Florida that you are getting, that you are going to get these kind of 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts like we see with some of those crazy sea breeze storms in the afternoon. But now we add that tornado threat, and that's where it makes it a little bit different, especially later on this afternoon again, as we really fire that up. And some of the... It is, Dan. It is an eyewall replacement cycle. That's exactly what's happening here. That's what the outer eyewall gets sucked back in. That is why we're seeing the southeast side collapse a little bit. So, yeah, that is 100% an eyewall replacement cycle. So, yeah, 40 to 50 is nothing. It's where this is making landfall, where there's going to be 130 mile per hour winds coming ashore momentarily. So I was on the Weather Service out of Melbourne chat room. Every now and then I'm going to glance over here because, again, the significant extreme weather warning is coming soon, likely. I would imagine they said about an hour ago they're going to give an hour lead time, so that's probably coming up within the next 30 minutes. I sure hope not. And Bradenton's looking pretty good right now. Let's go down the coast. So we do have some of those outer bands coming through. There's nothing strong, nothing severe coming through. Marion County, it's not going to be horrible, but we do have one of those outer bands. So kind of right through Denellen, western Marion County right now. No, if someone doesn't die in this storm, that means they listened to the warnings and got out. That's what that means. Good stuff, Joy. Yeah, so just want to give it people that maybe left town or out of town. We did have some flooding towards Fort Myers. We do have more thunderstorms coming back into the Fort Myers area. Again, you're not getting the worst of this storm, but things could look kind of dramatic at times in those outer bands. Certainly nothing like what we saw with Ian last year. In Volusia, we have a severe thunderstorm or a tornado watch until 3 o'clock. So there's a potential for that to happen later on this afternoon. And that would make me happy, True. All right, for Gainesville. So we're going to go back to the future radar. Let me stop this loop here. And then I'm going to show you the future radar. So here are those nasty rain bands, and this is going to answer your question too for Volusia County. But there you go. So Gainesville's just right at the top of the banner, pretty much right where you see Wednesday. It's kind of covered by the banner a little bit. But that's what we have going on there at 9 o'clock in the morning, some nasty outer bands. And then Palm Coast, Daytona Beach, Flagler Beach, Edgewater, same kind of deal through about 11 o'clock lunchtime. That threat for that spin up, that tornado is going to be there because of the wind shear induced by the hurricane out in the Gulf again. Yari 139 says in Mount Dora just lost power. I mean, the winds are picking up again. A 40 to 50 mile per hour wind is easy to take power out. All right, so now I'm going to get you over to our reporter, Eric Von Aken. He is in Taylor County, in Perry to be exact, as the Eyewall is approaching. So I'm going to send it over to Eric right now in Taylor County.
At this point, over the past few hours, we've seen some squalls blow in, but the wind is slowly starting to pick up. We're in this parking lot off of Highway 98, which, as I said, runs north-south and then kind of northwest, heading to Tallahassee up the Gulf Coast. And it's a very rural area, fortunately, but still there are people around here who do live on the Gulf, right on the water. Many of them have evacuated, some have not. And still a lot of people around here this morning that are not going anywhere. The big concern, so we're about 17 miles north of the Gulf, 17 miles off the water, which is a good thing for this town of Perry here. But the big concern is the wind, and what is it going to do? Even just in this parking lot here, we're in a Goodwill parking lot, it looks like, and you see a lot of construction equipment, there's a lot of construction debris, that fence in front of us, dumpsters, all of this stuff When this comes ashore, if we have winds upwards of 100 miles an hour or so that we're talking about, all of this stuff likely is going to pick up and fly around. So what is the actual impact? Folks here are a little bit nervous because they haven't seen something like Hermine until that was 2016, and even then that was not close to what we're expected to see coming through here over the next few hours. We'll see you again soon. For now, live in Perry, Eric Von Eyck getting results. News 6.
All right, we'll see you soon, Eric. As the Pinpoint Weather Team's been telling us, Central Florida has...
All right, so thank you, Eric, for that. Want to talk about a new tornado warning. This is for Polk County. So this is the third time for Polk County that we've had a tornado warning. Again, as these outer bands continue to spiral in, here is the area of rotation for us, right about there. And we are going to see that kind of lift further up 64 towards Avon Park and into Frostproof. Right now, that warning, that worst part of the storm is not in Polk County just yet. That, of course, is going to go. It includes Hardy, Highlands, and Polk County. This is going to be until 6:30. So for the next 25 minutes. And that'll continue again until 6:30, again, Eastern time. Still waiting for that extreme wind warning. We will go there as well. We will go up there as well. This is radar indicated. So most of the time in tropical tornadoes, these are going to be radar indicated because they spin up so quick and then spin down just as fast. Here is the deal. Let me clear out this giant thing in the middle of your screen. That's it right there. So it's not anything too crazy, but there it is, right on 64, just to the southwest of Frostproof there. All right, so we also are going to have, let me just check. Let me save this camera location right now. Okay, so the pressure also just came up 2 millibars. So that's another thing. That is another thing to prove that the Eyewall replacement cycle is happening, because it would be the only thing to weaken it from what it was doing. It was rapidly intensifying, and now it rose 2 millibars. So that's something that happens during an Eyewall replacement cycle. It weakens for a brief time before it strengthens again. Unfortunately, it's too little too late. It's too close to land now. I mean, this is going to come ashore somewhere. This is either going to be Taylor or Dixie County where we're going to see landfall. Probably southern Taylor County. I had a question about why typically Florida tornadoes are weaker than what we see in the plains. In tropical tornadoes, they're typically weak and short-lived because they're embedded in the greater overall flow of the storm. In other sense, we oftentimes don't have a lot of the jet stream energy. Out in the plains, there's something known as the dry line, which helps, which kind of keeps everything capped, and then it explodes in the afternoon, and then you get those supercell thunderstorms that pop, take advantage of the moisture, take advantage of the wind shear, and we oftentimes don't have the big wind shear component like the plains do with the big jet energy. Unless it's an El Nino year. Our strongest tornadoes typically happen in an El Nino year. We're in an El Nino. We'll see what happens as we get towards our severe weather season in the winter time, when we would typically get those kind of tornadoes. And again, those are what we are doing. So I want to get back first and foremost to the active tornado warning that we have. And this is going to be in Polk County.
What? You want to go on for it?
So what we're kind of looking at here, the rotation definitely loosening up in Polk, and this is exactly what we were talking about. This is what happens a lot of times with these tropical tornadoes. We are covering it. We are News 6. We are covering it in Polk. That's who we are. I'm right over here, so we're covering it for you for sure. I know they're out and about. I think they're going to be on TV and covering it in just 1 second, I believe. I appreciate you, Jim A. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for staying with us. But we are looking in Polk County right now. That's where the tornado warning is. You see, there's Frostproof right up in here. There's Pittsburgh. There's Frostproof. There's Maxey Quarters. That is where the tornado warning is. Not technically in Polk County just yet. So there we go. It's just a very little sliver of Polk County. Let me turn the radar back on. So this is where the tornado warning would have been. Nocatee, off of 17, Arcadia. So this is way, way south of Polk County. They have Polk County included in this just because these things move so fast. And that's something that's going to continue for us through the course of this afternoon, these kind of fast-moving things. For the next 15 minutes, we're going to be in these for the next 15 minutes. So it's kind of weird. The worst part of this storm is not included in the warning. You see that little flare up of green there. That's outside of the actual tornado warning, so that's kind of interesting. Not sure what they're doing. But nonetheless, Arcadia, heads up. We got that strong thunderstorm there, potentially for strong potential for, again, those quick, those brief, but impactful All right, so this tornado warning in southern Polk going to continue for the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so. Then we're going to watch that kind of expire and then go back to these kind of this run here that we're on of watching the storms come on through. All right, let's check up the latest on that. We're looking for the winds to pick up. Yeah, it's so weird that YouTube does that, Mike. I'm with you there. All right, so the Perry location, I can give you a live look at Perry. We have one of our reporters in Perry, Taylor County, for those that aren't familiar, right in the north central part of the Big Bend, where the potential for landfall is. You see that little spiral there. It looks like the eye may come onshore just to the south of Perry. Maybe that left eye wall, the left eye wall might end up hitting that too, but there are some big intense thunderstorms on that left side of Perry. I'll show you what it looks like right now. We're going to watch the conditions go downhill big time. Well, then Jim is going to miss landfall. It's pretty fast. Typically, you're looking at like 12 to 14 miles an hour. So this is getting up there. It was 18. It backed off to 17 at the last hour. This is moving pretty fast. I believe the average is 12 miles an hour, maybe up to 14. So it's a little faster than average. So this thing is moving pretty quick. So that's a look at Perry right now. See the wind kind of being blowing. Nothing too crazy there just yet. The worst of that storm is still yet to come, of course.
What's that?
I think sitting in an hour and a half, and it's weird.
That's a look at Key West. The storm is way north of Key West, and the southernmost point there, little buoy thing, is still getting rocked. So again, it just goes to show how intense this is, and we have the storm almost near the Big Bend right now, getting ready to come ashore, likely about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours away from landfall, coming through, and the storm is just super intense. What's up in North Carolina? What's up in Gilchrist County? Hope everybody has a great day as well. Courtney. All right, so just like that, after one tornado warning was canceled, we are back in another tornado warning for Polk again. This is going to be until 6:45. So another 25-minute warning, just kind of south and east of where it was before. This is still extreme southern Polk County. Again, most of the intense part of this storm is still outside of Polk County, closer to Highlands and Hardy County. So most of that storm, it has not made it into Polk just yet. So Justin's asking about Savannah. They're going to get hit pretty hard. They're still forecasted 80-mile-per-hour Cat 1 storm coming through. Certainly gusts of north of 80 miles an hour are possible. It's going to be really, really windy there. So Savannah will get hit. That's going to be tomorrow, later in the afternoon, evening, as this thing kind of races in from the Big Bend all the way over to Savannah, Georgia. So just keep that as well. Let's take a look at the radar here. Let's get this off the screen. Let's make sure we are on the Tampa radar, which we are. So we're watching this. This is a Hardy County. This is south of Polk County. A little bit of rotation here. That's why we have a tornado warning until 6:45. This is just south of Polk County. That is why we have a tornado warning in play here. So if you know of anybody near Highway 66, that's going to cross that over the next few minutes. These are very fast moving, and these will continue to move up again from south to north. And this rotation is starting to tighten up a little bit more here in Hardy County. This is south of Polk County. There's where the warning goes. Again, that includes Frostproof. That includes Avon Park. These are fast moving, which is why there's such kind of a long tornado warning here. And that is something that will likely continue over the next, I mean, again, through the afternoon.
Kelly, you want to start a roll on DeSantis if you haven't already?
All right, so we're going to keep a close eye on Avon Park. Again, that is, we're under that tornado warning in Avon Park. There is the rotation. What I want to do is let me make sure the Melbourne radar is turned off so we have the best radar data coming in. We're looking this out of Tampa. I'm going to get my telestrator out so we can kind of pinpoint here. The green is the wind going towards the radar. The red is the wind going away. So there is your circulation there. There is your just about tornado vortex signature. There's the rotation. If this holds together, and it may not because that's what happens with these tropical tornadoes, it'll be there in about 30 minutes. So for your sister in Avon Park, again, give them a heads up. Then in about 30 minutes, they could be dealing with a tornadic storm here. Very least, maybe some damaging winds, but I'm optimistic that maybe this won't hold together because, again, they spin up, they potentially touch down and do some damage, and then they wind down, and then they're pretty much done. But then they can also kind of pulse back up again. Something of the National Weather Service chat, not weather related, but the guy from the Weather Service says reports out of Polk County have multiple reports of gas shortages in Polk County. I know it's Polk, but I don't know if there's something Tampa Bay NWS guys, so it's a credible source, but they're getting multiple reports anyway. So I'm not sure if that's happening anywhere else. That seems weird too. I'm like, Polk, why? That would be good. Okay, so Corey asked a good question, and we can get back to that in a second. Any implication with the incomplete Eyewall with the storm dissolve quicker? Unfortunately, if this was 12 hours away, the answer would be possibly, but then it would have a chance to get even stronger if it completes its Eyewall. So the answer to that is no. It's just right now too close to land to really have any kind of impacts coming through. So that's the answer to that. Unfortunately, it's not going to have an impact that's going to change things very, very much. So unfortunately, no. I wish it would. All right, still some pretty nasty rotation here. It kind of separated just a little bit. When those are touching, that's when we have the tornado vortex signature. That means that the rotation's a little tight. And when it's tighter, that means it's it has a better opportunity to produce a tornado. And this is what we're watching into the Polk-Hardy County area. I'll kind of turn off the radar. I'll show you where exactly that is. Avon Park, we are in that warning. So Hardy, Highlands, and Polk County, this severe this tornado warning, I should say, goes until 6:45 in the morning. So another 14, 15 minutes of this warning, because that's what we are still kind of picking up on some rotation there. Let me try to put a track on there for you. I don't think there's going to be a lot of area here to do. Let me go back. All right, thank you for that report in Levy County. Right now, the wrong thing here. Right now, all right, let me put a track on this for you. This is likely going to slide just to the west of Avon Park. All right, so after we get rid of this tornado warning, then we'll be able to look more at the actual hurricane itself as it gets ready to push through. Yeah, everything pretty calm in Orlando, and that's how it's going to be for most of this. Right now, the tornado warning is more newsworthy because it's actually impacting people. You should know that the hurricane is coming by now, and the worst of the storm for the hurricane is still out over the water. So that is why we are focused on the tornado warning, because it's actually impacting people right now. So, yeah, the answer to that is the tornado warning. We've seen this coming since, like, Saturday. All right, so still picking up on some decent rotation here to the southwest of Avon Park, to the south of Frostproof. Highlighting that for you right here. Let me put a track on this and kind of take it towards the Frostproof area. And again, so that would put that, and I doubt this holds together, but it's something that could recycle. That's what happens here. A lot of times, we've saw that already in a couple counties, Orange and Seminole County to be exact, when we saw that go up and then come down and then pulse back up again. That's what happens in these outer bands. No change in prediction with the storm's path. That is pretty much set in stone. We're just looking for the official landfall point, and it's close. I mean, that outer eyewall looks like it's trying to push on shore really close to Perry. Landfall really within the next hour or two. We've got one in Tallahassee. There's 1, 2, Jacksonville, Tampa, Melbourne, Miami, Key West. I think there's another one in except West Central. I think there's 7, and then there's a few airport radars too that we can dial into. So that would do more, but the big ones. The National Weather Service ones that have the dual polarization and everything like that, that's about I think 6 or 7. Orlando not out of the woods yet. We're in a tornado watch until 3 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to have more outer bands come through, so while it's not going to be like crazy all the time, we are watching that to happen.
Good morning. CBS News, Keith Zimmerman,
All right, so this is kind of the breaking news we were waiting for that extreme wind warning. National Weather Service in Tallahassee has gone ahead and issued that extreme wind warning for Dixie and Taylor counties. Quote from them, this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. So if you are watching from Taylor and Dixie counties, this is your kind of last warning before that eyewall comes ashore. Again, that is 130 mile per hour sustained winds with gusts up to 160. You need to make sure that you are finding yourself in a very well structured area. Again, that's that rare warning issued from the National Weather Service in only the most intense hurricanes, that high end category 3 or above. We saw it in Ian, we saw it with Ida. You need to make sure that you are in your safe place. Again, that is hot off the press from the National Weather Service in Tallahassee, calling it an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. That is for Dixie and Taylor counties in the Big Bend of Florida. So again, that's no hype, that's no fear-mongering. That is coming right from the National Weather Service as well. And again, this is going to be something to watch over the next, I guess, hour here. They mentioned that they were going to give an hour heads up, so they also anticipate this to be on land within the next hour. So that's going to put landfall in around that 7:40, 7:30, 8 o'clock area as this comes roaring right into Dixie/Taylor County. Very, very close. It's still, again, sorry about that. The Eyewall could bounce around to get the worst part of this system. What I want to do is I want to take the high-resolution radar up. We're going to go up to Tallahassee. We have a few minutes left. I just want to double-check first on our tornado warning here, and that included Polk County. And, yeah, it appears that we are weakening. There's a little bit of rotation coming back up here west of Avon Park, but for our friend who had a sister in Avon Park, we're doing okay. This is going to stay towards our west. We'll watch out for frost-proof, but this warning should come down at 6:45. What we have now, we are going to get up to Tallahassee area. We are going to get up towards Taylor County. Okay, so here we go. This is the start of the outer eyewall coming on shore now. We started to carve away the northeast side as that eyewall replacement cycle happened, but landfall is happening as we speak, and this is what we're going to be dealing with. I'm going to turn on the velocity mode. Of course, you're using this to kind of track those potential tornadoes there. But here we go. Let me see if I have a better radar. So there we go. This is coming on shore. You see all that bright blue color here. So we have radar estimates of wind coming into the shoreline there of about 100 miles an hour, working through, even stronger down there. Wind gusts of 121 miles an hour. We're pretty far away from this radar beam, but I mean, that's consistent with what hurricane hunters were showing. And again, this is what is coming straight on through Florida right now, into Taylor County, into Dixie County. That is why we had that extreme wind warning. Again, life-threatening situation. You need to be inside in a sturdy building. Very, very catastrophic situation here, life-threatening situation in Dixie County, Florida, and in Taylor County, Florida, including the town of Perry. No, this is a Category 4 at the moment. This is not a Category 2. This is a Category 4 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 130 miles an hour, 160 mile per hour gusts being recorded. You see they're right on the coast right now, wind speeds of 121 miles an hour. The strongest part of the storm is way out here over the water still. So keep that in mind as this comes ashore. Again, Idalia making landfall as we speak. Landfall will happen as soon as we get half of the eye on. This is making landfall. This is coming ashore as we speak. You're welcome, Mario. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right, so here we go. This is what we're looking at now. This is the Eyewall coming on shore in Taylor County. The worst of the weather is happening right now towards Cross City, just south of Perry. We're really going to see things pick up in Perry probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So if anybody has Eric Von Enken's phone number, might want to let him know. That's our reporter that he's going to take the Eyewall in probably about 10-ish minutes, 15 minutes in Perry. They're a little further inland so that they can stay on the safer side. Still, you do not want to be outside now if you are in Perry. This thing is still firing off lightning on the northern end of this eye wall. This thing is mean. So Cross City, we are getting into the eye. People have... Donna, I'll try to do that in a little bit, but I want to stay with this because this is now the serious situation part of this thing. Again, extreme wind warning issued. We have the storm making landfall as we speak. The rain starting to pick up in Perry. In addition to that, I want to kind of go back. I'm going to go back to our double box. What we have to the north, right above my head, is where our reporter Eric Von Enken is, and every now and then he might step into the shop. But right now, we just have the very heavy rain coming through. This is, I mean, there's the sheets of rain every now and then in Perry and Taylor County. But really what we're looking for, or we're looking at, is this is where, let me get my arrow at. The camera view that you are looking at right now is right about here. The strongest part of the storm is right about here. So that is that eye wall coming through, and that wraps around. So the northeast eye wall is on shore. It makes landfall when half of the eye is on. So we're not far away from the official landfall, and this is going to be pretty much right on the Taylor-Dixie County line in between Perry and Cross City. And we'll likely see the official landfall sometime in the next 30-ish minutes or so. Horseshoe Beach, they might call the landfall point. Again, it kind of opened wide the actual inner eye here, but this is kind of where it started its eye wall replacement cycle. So that initial eye is right in there, but the northeast eye wall started collapsing a little bit because of that eye wall replacement cycle that it started to go through. So again, Horseshoe Beach, Cross City, Perry, this is ugly stuff. Again, we are taking a live look right above my head there in Perry. That's Taylor County, where an extreme wind warning is in place. It's raining heavily. The winds are gusty, but the worst of this wind is going to be coming through into the Perry area into the next 15, 20 minutes or so. All right, so if you are just joining us, welcome to the News6ClickOrlando.com YouTube stream. We are pinpointing Hurricane Idalia making landfall as we speak. The Eyewall, the northeast corner of it, is working its way onshore into the Taylor County line, onto the Taylor County line. What you see above me is a live camera view. We have a reporter crew, a reporter and photographer in Taylor County, in Perry, away from the water so they can stay on the safer side. This is coming through as we speak, making an official landfall here within about the next hour. So we're likely going to see this camera get way more crazy over the next 30 minutes to an hour as this comes on shore as well. This happened very fast because it's moving pretty fast. It's moving at about 18 miles an hour. So that's really fast for a hurricane. Average speed about 12 to 14, and the jet stream really helping this thing going through as well. The worst of the storm surge should be occurring now in places like Cedar Key, Horseshoe Beach. We are getting the relentless winds. We're going to be in this now. Sorry, I will... Please, if you have a question, please ask. The Eyewall is the strongest part of the storm. Let me get out my telestrator here, my little marker. This is the Eyewall right here. This is like the secondary Eyewall. There's an inner Eyewall right here that was being replaced. So it was trying to weaken a little bit. These things do what we call Eyewall replacement cycles, where it wraps in a larger Eyewall. What it does is it, for a short time, weakens the storm, but then it spreads the wind further out, and then the storm will eventually re-intensify again once it completes that Eyewall replacement cycle. It's almost like kind of like a hermit crab outgrowing its shell. It sheds the shell and then goes to find another shell down the road. What we're talking about here for eye versus Eyewall, and somebody brought up a good point earlier that we would have there's another tornado warning for Polk County, by the way, until 7:30 in the morning. We'll get down there to take a look at that in a little bit. The deal with this is the Eyewall is the strongest part of the storm. That's where those thunderstorms are tightly packed. The eye is the calm part. So whoever gets the eye, you will literally at nighttime see stars, completely clear skies after just going through an extremely intense part of the storm. I want to caution, though, for those that aren't used to going through strong hurricanes in this part of Florida, because this is, again, a really weird spot. If you are new to this, don't go outside. It's a false sense of calm because you still have the back and the other Eyewall to go through. And that is right on through here. So there's a long, long morning to go in Taylor County and in Perry County. Also hot off the press, we have a tornado warning for Marion County, Florida, until 7:30. So tornado warning for Marion County. We're going to go check on that. So the serious situation unfolding all over the place with an extreme wind warning that needs to be treated like that. But again, the breaking news out of inland central Florida is that we have a tornado warning for Marion County, this is going to include Ocala. This includes Ocala. So I'm going to shift the radar away from the landfall site right now. I am going to take this to the Jacksonville radar, and we're going to take a look at this tornado warning for Marion County. There's also a tornado warning for Polk County. This tornado warning in Marion goes until, I believe, 7:30. Yep, 7:30. Let me get back to this. Just switching the radars around to get a better view. Let's go to velocity. See the shifting winds with height. And there we go. It's really, really, really hard to see winds like this in this part of Florida. We need a radar right around the Big Bend. They cost a lot of money, though. So this is out of the Jacksonville radar. You really can't see much. But again, there is a tornado warning, nasty cell here. This is just to the west of Bellevue. This includes downtown Ocala. That's going to roll until 7:30. All right, back closer to the landfall site. Again, we have that Eyewall coming on shore, Taylor, and we have Taylor County and into Dixie County. We have the Eyewall coming on right now. We have wind gusts pushing 130 miles an hour. Marion County, we have a tornado warning. That goes until 7:30. This does include downtown Ocala. So, again, you need to be making sure that you are in your safe place in Marion County as the intense outer bands of Idalia come on shore at the same time that the center itself is coming on shore. So there's a lot going on in the state of Florida right now. Also, if you notice the shot behind me, or above me, that is in Taylor County where landfall is happening as we speak. You just saw the lights go out and come back on. So this area is likely going to lose power. Again, we're going to keep this shot live here as well. Above me is where landfall is happening. And then we also have the tornado warning, of course, in Marion County. And the rain is getting heavier and heavier, as you might imagine, from a landfalling hurricane, Category 4 hurricane at that. And we'll likely start to see more tornado warnings as this thing comes on shore. At the moment, we're going to keep that live look there through Taylor County. What I want to do is I'm going to just step out for a brief second, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to put on Chief Meteorologist Tom Sorrells. He's going to have more on this tornado warning for you in Marion County. I will be right back in a second. Above me is Taylor County. That is Perry. That's where our reporter Eric Von Henken is hanging out. This landfall is imminent, and Chief Meteorologist Tom Sorrells is pinpointing that tornado warning. Our photographer Jeff Seegers is cleaning the lens. You might see that happen every now and then. Of course, it is very wet out there, but notice how much stronger the winds have gotten just in the last few minutes. We'll come back to pinpoint there what the winds are estimated on in just a few minutes. Just give me 1 second. I will be right back.
Tornadic activity, and that's kind of what we're getting right now through Marion County. I'm going to zoom in tight again.
Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? Look at that. The power flashes there. So we just completely lost power right in Seeger's shot. You saw those power flashes. We are taking the Eyewall. Hopefully they are safe and got the text message that we sent that they were going to get the strong, but you saw those power flashes happen just there. And
you really are. I think if there is a tornado happening,
I don't know if they have generator power. We just got some of those lights back
on the bottom side of the polygon, racing away.
But just some crazy stuff going on.
Lightning strike from probably
again
15 minutes ago. So zoom in tight.
To the right of me, that's Chief Meteorologist Tom Sorrells,
which could drag that high wind down to the surface at most any time. Here's Southwest 107th Street and 100th Street, pushing up to the north. 30 to 35
That was crazy. So that
miles
was
per
just
hour.
the transformer blowing.
Right
what we want to do is
15.
I'm going to get you back to the weather computer.
Around 6:59, 35.
That was crazy. That was crazy. Sorry, guys, I forgot he was on. I was gonna take a short break for a second to go just grab a drink, and then that happened. We're watching it happen again here. We had one generator blow, and then I'm trying to, but there's too much going on. That shot there is coming in from Perry, Florida. I want to show you what's going on. The tornado warning in Marion County continues. If you're watching from the Central Florida area, tune it right to Chief Meteorologist Tom Searles. He is pinpointing that live on News 6. Again, we have Hurricane Idalia Category 4 storm making landfall as we speak. Again, the winds in Perry estimated to be anywhere from 80 to 90 miles an hour right now. And that is away from the actual landfall site. That is away a little bit. Look at that. Wind gusts estimated over 100 miles an hour coming on shore now, just south of Perry, right along the shoreline of Taylor County. Wind gusts estimated at 121. So, again, this is crazy stuff. We're going to watch the trees go nuts here as we watch landfall here of Category 4 Hurricane Idalia. The outer bands of the storm also continuing to spread out going forward as well. All right, so latest advisory, 7 o'clock advisory. We get these every hour now. It is a 125 mile per hour Category 3 hurricane. So going to come ashore, it looks like as a strong Cat 3. It doesn't change anything. Eyewall replacement cycle maybe taking about 5 or 10 miles an hour off. The millibars went up about 5 millibars as well as this thing is racing on shore.
Stations, good morning once again.
So for a hurricane, it is absolutely racing. Normally, these things are a lot slower. 17 miles an hour is extremely fast for a hurricane.
That will be following a second hour format at 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central. Then we will also receive a second hour format following a second hour format at 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central.
I'm not sure what you're talking about on this one because it's hitting as a strong Category 3 hurricane with 125 mile per hour winds, gusts to 160. So I'm not sure what you mean by that. It was warranted. Nope, you're seeing it right here. It is 100% a Category 3 hurricane. It intensified to Category 4, weakened back to a Category 3 as it's coming on shore. So stop with that. That is misinformation, and you're seeing what's happening live here. We're literally showing you the data as it comes in. So 100% it is a Category 3 hurricane making landfall as we speak. Hey, thanks, Courtney. I appreciate you tuning in and staying with us for a lot. You were with us for a long time tonight, so appreciate the comments, appreciate the questions, all the stuff. Thanks for hanging with us on the live stream. Be safe. Hey, Allie, good to see you. Absolutely. Hey, thanks for tuning into the live stream. There we go with the power flashes again. Look at that. There is... you see the sparks there. Another transformer just blew and took out more power. Again, this is coming in from Perry, Florida. This is just north of the coast here. Big time power flashes. There are people driving around, and they most certainly should not be driving around. I mean, transformers are blowing all over the place. The lights keep coming back on and off. Transformers are blowing left and right. That's the second one to go in about the last 10 minutes, give or take. As the winds pick up, we can get in here and estimate the winds that are coming on shore. As again, Idalia making landfall here very shortly. So let me go back to the Tallahassee radar. Let me turn on the wind speed here. So there we go, and that is our reporter Eric Von Enken. We are going to go check in with him. We're going to take him full real quick, and he's going to tell us what he's been seeing. And again, it has been kind of crazy. Again, there is the radar picture. We're going to hear from Eric coming up in just 1 second.
Behind me is the third transformer to blow here. And what's kind of incredible is, look, I don't know if you saw, the lights went out for a split second. They're back on. This is a testament to the redundancy of this electrical grid. So we've seen this in Central Florida with Duke. Up here, the different power companies, really all across Florida, have hardened their system. So as soon as a transformer blows, they have these internal, I guess, trip, what are they called? Switches, I guess, that trip, clear the issue, and then reconnect, all within a matter of, in some cases, seconds, in some cases, split seconds. So, like I said, there were two other transformers. The lights went out, and then they came back on. All of the power here is still on, which is a little bit of a miracle when you think that, what are we at, 7-11 right now? Landfall's expected in Keaton Beach, as we were saying, right around 8 o'clock, so less than an hour from this eye coming ashore, Category 3, Category 4 when it comes ashore. potentially. Keaton Beach is 22 miles south of where we are, so exactly south. If you drew a line from where we are here in Perry, you're looking at Highway 98. Again, that's the road, the main road that runs through this area, north-south, up the west coast of Florida, up into the Panhandle, up into the Big Bend area. Fortunately, it is quite rural. This is not a big population center. This is kind of the main drag through the town here. But there are a lot of folks who have chosen to ride it out, who are close to the Gulf, a lot of folks who are in Keaton Beach. Again, we were telling the story earlier of the manager who checked us into the hotel last night. She said she was trying to convince, I believe it was her sister, who is right in that area, right in Keaton Beach, to leave. And these folks, the last time they lived through something there was, I believe it was Hurricane Hermine in 2016. That brought some storm surge of about 6 feet-ish. The storm surge this time around, as we've been saying, is predicted to be upwards of 15, 16 feet potentially. We know a lot of areas along the Gulf Coast already are seeing a whole lot of that. So we were in Crystal River last night, and right around that area, there's a bay, a lot of tributaries, a lot of rivers up and down the Gulf Coast of Florida where a lot of people live on, and a lot of those homes are very low. Those areas are already starting to flood. We're starting to see those pictures here. Here in Perry, we are safely inland, about 17 miles away from the beach. And like I said, if you headed down to Keaton Beach specifically, that's about 21, 22 miles from where we are. So the threat here in downtown Perry, I guess you could call it, is not the storm surge. We're far in enough. The threat here is the wind, and we're already starting to see what it's doing to the transformers here, the power grid. Somehow it is still holding on at this hour. We'll be here, obviously, for the rest of the morning. We will continue to bring your live updates. Like we said, lights at this point still on. We heard last, it was about 10,000 people in this area who have lost power. But so far, Perry, where this is supposed to come ashore in just about an hour, less than an hour, lights still on. We're now live in Perry. Eric Von Anken getting results. News 6.
Eric, thanks. And
hang tight.
Yeah, we want you to stay safe. Obviously, when it gets really rough there, we want you to find a safe place to be, to give us some updates there.
And we'll be right back.
James Arthur, this is like a million times worse than Sandy was in New Jersey, my friend. Like, not even close.
Great. Thank you, Ryan. if you want to pan around the, I don't know, pan around the parking lot, Jeff, is it light enough for that?
Yeah, I did that on the odds, yeah.
Oh, okay. Going back in.
Right over there.
Are under an overhang here. This is a two-story building here. This is a solid block wall. All of this obviously is intentional. Jeff and I have been out here in a few storms doing this once or twice. The idea is the wind is coming from behind us over this building. We feel this is a very safe, very solid location. The wind going away from us and out into the parking lot. So let's look at that here. This is the reason we positioned our camera. This is the reason we positioned our truck behind this building so we could show you pictures like this. Crystal, you mentioned that transformer blowing. That is now the fourth that we have seen in about the last 20 minutes or so. These transformers keep blowing. I'm looking at maybe a dozen or so just in front of me on the power poles. Again, we're far enough away that these sparks aren't coming anywhere near us. We're staying out of the water because potentially power lines could come down. We heard the governor, we heard the emergency manager, Kevin Guthrie, talking about that. If you see power lines down, assume they are live, as we always have in past storms. Now, here the issue is, well, two things. Storm surge, if you're on the coast, we're 22 miles exactly north of Keaton Beach, which is where Kevin Guthrie mentioned that he expects the eye to come ashore in the next 40 minutes or so, right around 8 a.m. And yet, another transformer blowing there. Could you see that, Jeff? Yeah, so this is going to continue to happen all morning. Let me finish the point about Keaton Beach. So 22 miles south is where this Eyewall is expected to come ashore. And again, we're safely inland to where here, anyway, in downtown Perry, which is between Tallahassee and I guess the closest big city would be, I don't know, I guess Cedar Key would be on the east side of us. Cedar Key, of course, being very exposed in the Gulf. That whole island area or peninsula area has been evacuated entirely. Those are storm surge threats, those areas right on the line of fire when it comes to storm surge. Here, a little bit more inland in Perry, the issue is the wind and the rain, which is starting to really pick up here, but more than anything, the wind. And Jeff, you see all of that construction, we were talking about this about an hour ago or so, so a lot of this still staying where it is right now. And just as I told Jeff to pan over here, another transformer blew. So this construction debris, this stuff is going to pick up and fly around, as it does often in storms like this. Lights flickering on and off. So anything that can pick up and fly away can. That's, of course, why we've been talking about, even though in Central Florida the effects are going to be relatively minor compared to what we're seeing up here. Anything can become an airborne projectile. Here, when we're talking winds upwards of 100 miles an hour, potentially 130 or so, this stuff will pick up in the air and it'll fly around, and who knows where it's going to end up. Another reason that Jeff and I have positioned ourselves behind this wall here. So you can see the waves blowing in here, I guess the squalls running across the parking lot. As you see, the water is pushed out. The winds have continued to pick up here. We are, I should stress this, we are not close to 130 mile an hour winds at this point, even though, like I said, we're only about 40 minutes away from the Eyewall from what we're told, making landfall here about 20 miles south of where we are. And according to what Tom and Troy have been saying all morning, we're expecting it to pass right over here, this area here, Perry. Again, southeast of the Tallahassee area and probably about an hour, hour and a half northwest of Cedar Key. So we're going to be here. We're going to keep this live stream up. If you want to go on clickorlando.com, we have a dedicated page showing you this camera shot. Jeff is going to be behind this camera all morning long. So if you'd like to watch this on clickorlando.com, even when we're not on air, we'll be here with you. Back to you guys.
Wow, Eric, thank you. A couple
That is incredible. That is incredible. Was that 6 transformers, 7 transformers?
Gotta be 7, yeah.
Lights we think have gone off for good here in Perry. We're about a half an hour now away from the Eyewall. Coming ashore just about 20 miles south of where we are here along the Gulf Coast. 7 transformers have blown, and I don't think there are any left at this point that have any power. Hope you guys are staying safe. Hope you guys are staying dry. We are staying safe here under this overhang of a 2-story concrete building that we feel. Hope you guys are as well.
All right, what's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas back with you. You've been checking in with Eric Von Enken. He is positioned in Perry, Florida, in Taylor County. The Eyewall is starting to come ashore just north or just south and east of Perry and just north of the Taylor-Dixie County line. The Eyewall coming ashore, landfall likely going to happen. It's happening as we speak, just north of Steinhatchee. So the worst of the wind is going to be north of Steinhatchee right now. I'm going to take you a closer look to show you again and bring Steinhatchee up on the map. This is just north of Horseshoe Beach. Steinhatchee hangs out about right in here. But the worst of the wind, you clearly see. I mean, what they were showing you in those live reports, they are hanging tight right up. There are wind gusts estimated of about 89, 90 miles an hour. That's where the camera was, or the camera still is right now. That's where we saw those power flashes. It looks like power now completely out, at least in the street lights there. The signs that were just blown around, reporting about more than half a dozen power flashes we saw. We watched live there with Eric. The strongest of the winds, though, are to his south. So kind of gnarly stuff there that was going on. Wind gusts estimated now 115 miles an hour pushing on shore. Again, that's just to the north of Steinhatchee. That's right in that northern eyewall that's coming on shore. The eyewall is the strongest part of the hurricane. Winds of 115 miles an hour going toward the radar. We're out of Tallahassee, so that's the radar that we are watching right now that is coming on through. So again, a very serious situation, life-threatening storm surge is coming into Steinhatchee, into Horseshoe Beach, into Swanee, into Cedar Key, as we have that wind out of the southeast kind of blowing on through. The camera crew is changing out batteries, it looks like, and again, we are watching just this insane situation unfold here. Ocala, we've been in and out of some tornado warnings. Let's get back to kind of the wide view here to show you what's going on. We have some outer bands coming through Ocala now, so getting a little gusty. Other than that, things have been relatively tame, as expected, through most of Central Florida. Things get a little dramatic at times in those outer bands. And again, we're watching for that tornado threat through about 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon. Tornado watch for all of Central Florida. Getting through about 2 or 3 o'clock again. So just keep that in mind that while it's not as crazy, it's not as crazy as what they're seeing, what we just showed you there, we are still going to be in and out of these outer bands where gusts are going to pop up a little bit, and we'll continue to keep that rolling again for us into the early stages of the Tampa Bay is pretty good. We do have I think the surge threat is ending. The storm is north of you. What we have, the deal is that still some outer bands are coming on, could produce a few brief tornadoes. I think one of the last outer bands are getting ready to push on now. You see those darker reds moving into the west of Tampa, and then we're going to be shutting it down. Don, I don't know what the heck you're talking about. I'm not disappointed at all, and this is a very powerful hurricane, so I don't know what you're talking about. Please don't ever put comments like that in this chat, ever. I'd rather be home sleeping right now than tracking this hurricane impacting people's lives. Get out of here. All right, so what we have going on here, we have Category 3 hurricane making landfall right across the Big Bend of Florida. Again, 125-mile-per-hour wind speeds working their way just south of Perry into that Taylor County, Dixie County line. Again, maximum sustained winds of 125 miles an hour and all of that stuff. So just keep that in mind that for the next couple of hours, we are in it big time. We are in it big time here going forward. Try to check back in with the crew as soon as they get their battery back in. Thanks, AJ. You just get a shout out. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't even know either. Anyway. All right, so if you are just joining us, welcome to the live stream on Click Orlando WKMG News 6 YouTube channel on clickorlando.com and on News 6 Plus. Let's just say we have a unprecedented situation going on here in the Panhandle. We've never had a hurricane this strong make landfall in recorded history. Nobody alive has seen it. So this is something that is officially the word unprecedented. So we're watching this come through. Let me get back to the high-res radar here so we can kind of pinpoint what exactly is happening here. Thank you to everybody that's tuning into the stream as we continue to watch Idalia come on shore. Okay, Chief Lind, no power, trees falling. Thank you for that report, Simply Me. Be safe. That was obviously one of the places that we've been watching. You see Chief Lind on the radar right here. And one of the things that I wanna point out, there is the center. Okay, so if things are that bad for us in Chief Lind, it's even worse for Cross City, just south of Perry. You see where the eye is. Right there. So the Eyewall coming on shore as we speak and all of that stuff. It's kind of nasty out there. And again, we're going to be watching for those waves of wind and water just coming on through. I don't know, Steven. I'm with you. It's a hard word to spell, so I'm with you. All right, so we have some questions coming in, so I'm going to answer that. Lake City, we are in some pretty... hey, thanks for staying up late with us. I appreciate you being with us, my friend. Thank you very much. The Mexico Beach, that was Michael. That was a Cat 5, so that was stronger than Idalia. That was on not the Big Bend, though. I've not seen any storm surge reports. Okay, so just to some of the people here that were talking about how this is nothing. This is coming in from the Weather Service. Jacksonville is also anticipating to issue an extreme wind warning, which is crazy how inland here. But they are literally saying abandon mobile homes for a sturdy structure. This is time to get to your safe room. If you don't have a safe room, get under a table, desk, or other piece of sturdy furniture on the lowest floor and away from windows. That's exactly what we were talking about. Again, you need to treat that kind of warning like a tornado warning. I will let you know the counties whenever they are issued. But just keep that in mind that we have another high wind or extreme wind warning coming from the National Weather Service in Jacksonville, likely for some of the counties in northeast Florida. Perry is getting hammered, unfortunately. Hope they're okay, too. We've been watching our reporter in Perry, and we've seen power flashes all over the place. Good. I'm glad nothing's going on there, and that was to be expected. Just a few of these outer bands coming through. That tornado threat is there. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for hanging with us tonight. I do. Meteorologist Candace Campos, who's working hard in the studio, just brought me some coffee. She, if you're in the greater Orlando area, Ocala, into Brevard County, Volusia County, you know Candace Campos. She just brought me some coffee, so she's the best. No power in Perry. Thank you for that report. Thanks, Melissa. I appreciate that. Trying to look for some surge reports. I believe I saw one of about 12 feet. I'm not sure where that was, so I can't really say. Let me check. I know it's not pretty towards the Cedar Key area. Yeah, I'm legitimate at a news station. AMS certified meteorologist, not just a guy on YouTube. They need to get to a sturdy structure, and this is something that it is my hope that that is why this was communicated so well, so that they could try to find friends and family that had it or get out. Unfortunately, winds like this just toss mobile homes like they're toys. And that's the thing. And that's why they try to give you a heads up, too, on these extreme wind warnings, so that if you see these, you need to get out of the way. I know it's not the most ideal situation, but that's just the thing. You can't stay in a mobile home when you have winds of 115 miles an hour coming through. You will not withstand that. That thing is going to be tossed. As sad as that is, I mean, it makes the situation so much worse. And yeah, you just feel for anybody that's obviously in the path of this. All right, so let's get you back. It looks like we might have some live pictures of Perry. It's not as crazy as it was before. So there's Perry from right on Taylor County. It looks like we've lost some signage. It looks like they're hanging out at a Winn-Dixie Plaza in Taylor County. I know we had a few people that had friends at least. Some friends at least in Taylor County. So we have some things still standing. There's some trees blown down. The power is out here as well. We saw transformers blowing all over the place with Eric Von Aken live there. Impacts should be pretty low in Atlanta. This should, maybe some light rain, maybe some gusty winds, but nothing crazy. This should be like down towards Macon, Robbins, and then as you get towards the south and east corner of South Georgia. So Atlanta should not be impacted this by all. We have Steve-O, and a lot of people have been with us. So thank you guys for hanging tight with us this whole night. It's been crazy. We've been live since 5 o'clock in the yesterday evening, all the way through. Yeah, Palm Coast. We're nice and quiet. We are still watching for that tornado threat. A little bit this afternoon. How is it in Chiefland? Let me get the high resolution radar up because you might be in the eye. let me just be careful real quick. Let me pull this. Thank you. I appreciate that, and thank you for hanging out with us tonight as we're kind of watching this coming through. I don't believe we have any new tornado warnings, at least in the central Florida area. Looks like we do have a rotating cell towards Buenaventura Lakes. We'll take a look at that in just 1 second. From a friend out there in the elements in Chiefland, I want to pull up the high resolution radar here and just see where we're at. All right, yeah, so there is a law. It's not really the eye is right here. So we may have an official landfall very soon. What we're looking for here is the Eyewall right just south of Perry. So Perry's about to get rocked again. The main Eyewall is coming through. So that is a live look at Perry, where our reporter is. This is the main Eyewall. So what he just dealt with, and as we were talking about, that wasn't the worst of the weather. So we're going to see things get pretty gnarly again. There's that word again. As it goes on through, I do think. So again, if you're watching from Mayo or Dowling Park, again, anywhere in Taylor County, anywhere in Dixie County, that's where we have the biggest issues right now. This is the eye right here. Okay, so we have that thing on shore. Let's see if the Hurricane Center called official landfall. Okay, so far they haven't officially called landfall yet. It's very close, though. And it looks like that's going to be it. South of Perry for the landfall. We'll wait for the official National Hurricane Center landfall update, but it appears that it's going to be that south of Perry. So there is Perry. All you need half the eye on shore, and we have about 3/4. So I'm awaiting that National Hurricane Center tweet to officially call the landfall of Idalia in Taylor County, Florida. So we will stand by for that, for the official word of the landfall. But it is coming up. Okay, so back to Perry. This is the Eyewall. Again, the Eyewall is the most intense part of the storm. That is right here. So what we want to do is I want to highlight this. So there's the Eyewall. If you guys were with me a couple of hours ago, we were watching the left side, the west side of this system get real strong. It's typically the eastern side of the Eyewall that's the strongest. It was a little different this time around. You have the forward speed pushing north in addition to the winds from the thunderstorms within the Eyewall, but the left side, the west side, was developing as it was trying to replace the Eyewall on the east side. So that's why we kind of have it a little different this time around. But those are some nasty thunderstorms just south of Perry. Somebody lost a garbage can. You see that live? That is in Perry. All right, so I'm going to go to estimate some of these winds that are just south of Perry right now. Just crazy stuff. 114 miles an hour. There's some lower winds. It's kind of parallel with the radar beam. That's why it's lower there. But in that Eyewall, 84 miles an hour. 114 miles an hour, 103 miles an hour, 98 miles an hour. The negative's there because that is the wind going towards the radar, so that's what it shows. We'll see if that Eyewall gets towards downtown Perry. It looks like it's going to stay just to the south and maybe keep Perry out of the crazy 115 mile per hour winds or so. We're doing pretty good. It's gusty, it's rainy, but it's not. We're doing okay. This came in a little bit further east, so the worst of the impacts stayed to the east of South Choppy and Wakulla. What do you say? Did they? Okay, let's see. Extremely. All right, so there we go. Official from the National Hurricane Center. Breaking news. We do have Idalia making landfall. They're calling it in the greater Big Bend area. That's going to be south. Near Keaton Beach. As a Category 3 hurricane with winds of 125 miles an hour, hot off the press. That happened just 4 minutes ago at 7:45. So there's the official landfall of Idalia.
Stick it out there on the water, probably because, as we've been discussing, past experience, but many of them have come inland to where we are here in Perry. Let me show you why we're under this building. So this is not the time that you would want to be outside as a Category 3 or 4 storm potentially blows ashore. So it's just as Justin said, 22 miles exactly from where we are. If you drew a line straight south, maybe a little bit southeast, that's Keaton Beach. Perry being just a little bit northeast from that spot. And this is the strongest it's been, obviously, which is, almost a little bit surprising to me, that considering what we're expecting, what has been predicted that it isn't any worse than this yet. So what we're starting to see now really are sustained winds. And again, considering how close this Eyewall is to us, we thought that it would be blowing and gusting harder than this right now, but still we're seeing stuff flying around, a whole lot of debris. There's a construction site right in front of us. Again, we're under this two-story shopping plaza building that is built out of solid blocks, so we feel very comfortable. In fact, that's the only reason we can broadcast live from this spot where we are. Jeff's got a trash bag in front of the lens that is blowing in front of it a little bit. The trash bag obviously is our very rudimentary way of protecting our equipment here and continue being able to broadcast live. But so out there, just on the other side of the wall, that's where it has gotten real. So a lot of stuff tearing off signs. We've been watching signs in the shopping centers here pull off, garbage cans sliding down the street. Construction equipment, there are fences in front of us that keep getting pushed down. There's a dumpster lid that has pulled off. Now, you know, this is all minor stuff. We expect it to get worse. You can see the wind getting pretty tough here. The question is, what is this doing to people's houses right now? So if this stuff out here is withstanding the majority of the winds, at least up until that point, up until this point, that's a very good sign. But a lot of the folks are worried about these strong winds as this Eyewall does move through. The question is, what is this going to look like in a few hours? That's what we're waiting for. We will be broadcasting all morning long. Again, our signal here, our shot here, is streaming live for you on clickorlando.com. If you'd like to check it out, we'll check in with you on TV again in a few minutes. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Eric Von Aken. He's saying things are getting real out there in Perry as the hurricane touches land as a Category 3 there. So we will check back in with you here in a few minutes. But we've been telling you that the western portions of Central Florida are expected to see the highest winds from Idalia. And News 6's Ezzy Castro is live in Lake County right now. And Ezzy, fortunately, you haven't seen anything too bad out there.
Not too bad, but I will say within the last hour, we did get a little bit of a downpour out here. So we're expecting more of those feeder bands to come in as we see the storm obviously hit the state. But I want to show you real quick because our photojournalist Goose Goslin here told me, he's like, look at the sky. I mean, the clouds are going through pretty quickly out here, which is pretty interesting. And if you're from
Hey, Kathleen, I thought you were saying wrap. I couldn't tell you were saying stretch. We can go as long as you want. We're fine. Okay. Top of the hour.
All right, so we were talking about the worst of the storm that was pushing just south of Perry. You clearly see they got into at least part of the western eyewall there as things were okay after all those power flashes, and there's more power flashes. Now they're getting into the worst part of the storm. So they are in the northwest eyewall. I don't even know if that's still the strongest part, but there you go. That is some of the power there of what they are getting in live as we are watching this come ashore as the Category 3 hurricane. So we're going to be watching what happens here. Above me is Perry, Florida, in Taylor County. Idalia made landfall a little bit ago at 7:45, right along the Perry, right, just south of Perry, in Taylor County. That's what's going on right now. There's lightning all over the place. I'm going to try to change the radar view here so you can see what's going on just a little bit better.
Oh, Bridget goes away. Does she know that?
Let me clear out all these numbers. So this is exactly what's going on. And again, it's moving back up into Perry. So they're going to be in this for a little bit of time. That eyewall pivoting back up. So they are in the most intense part of this storm. So we'll keep it here. That is the loop of the radar of Perry, Florida, where just moments ago, about 13 minutes or so, we saw Idalia come on shore, making an official landfall. The worst part of this storm now is impacting Perry. You see that darker red kind of blotch there. That is a very, very intense thunderstorm, a part of the eye wall. Let me get my telestrator out here. There is the eye. Those unfamiliar with tropical systems, again, this is the eye wall of the hurricane. And the eye wall is the most intense part of the storm. So there we go. Again, coming on shore. If you have been watching News 6, we are live on YouTube as well. We're continuing through 8 o'clock again. If Eric Von Anken does come back on to talk, I don't know what his situation is, but they're certainly taking the strongest part of the storm as we speak, as we are watching this come on shore. Already has officially. See the sheets of rain going across.
Stations for your planning.
All right, so yeah, I mean, there's what Perry, Florida looks like right now. And we had a couple of people either from that area or have friends or family in that area. So that we're going to keep that live look up so you can see what is going on. Our photographer and reporter are protected by some strong walls on the other side, so they are safe at the moment. Again, we're watching that closely. Of course, their safety is first and foremost the thing, and that's why we're not hearing from them right now. But again, the camera can't get wet either, so it's being protected there as we watch that through. All right, so there's Eric trying to emerge again. They are safe. And they've covered a lot of these storms. The photographer and reporter that we have, Jeff and Eric, and all that stuff. So somebody in the chat saying the Weather Channel has video of some homes, storm surge up to homes. So again, what you are seeing here is the inland impact of this storm. We'll see what happened as this came ashore about 12 miles south, I believe it is, from where they are right now. And it looks rough, of course. The deal with the issues along the coast is the storm surge, how far the Gulf of Mexico was pushed on land. And again, you can't stop water. It's the worst part. Water kills, not the wind. That's how it works. I've not, Natalie. We've been on this since 5 o'clock last night. Donna, because they're protected by a concrete wall. It's an L shape. So if they were to zoom over to the right, it's blocking the wind. That's why they picked it there. So no, Daniel, I did not say it wasn't on Saturday. I was not here Saturday. Saturday, we were pretty confident that this was going to turn into a hurricane. Friday, I was not, and I said that it was still in the realm of possibilities that would turn into a hurricane. I was on the camp of this was going to be on the weaker side because most of the guidance looked like this was going to launch from the Yucatan, and if it did that, it would have been weaker as it lifted north, and as it would have taken on a lot of dry air if it would have stayed on the western side. What happened was thunderstorms erupted on the eastern flank of the system. It yanked its low-level center out to the Yucatan Channel. Therefore, it stayed over the water. So, again, I didn't completely write off a hurricane. I showed that there was the possibility for that to happen. I would have favored a weaker storm. Obviously, that did not happen. But I also said to don't let your guard down on this because if it was able to fend off the dry air, it would go nuts over the Gulf of Mexico. So you can chill with that too, Daniel. Yeah, it's right there. Okay, I'm just going to say he just shows models, man. He doesn't show anything, okay? That's all he does. That's it. Yeah, again, since Saturday, it's been really, really good. Since Saturday, it's been really good. That's what we always talk about here. Once we get the low-level center to develop, and then it became a depression on Saturday, that's when we grew confidence that this was going to turn into something. All we needed was that low-level center so that the models can latch on to where the storm is. So that's the deal with that, and that's what we were talking about. Look, if you post every single model, of course you're going to be right. That's literally what that is. Like, that's all I can say. Like, if you post every single model, of course you're going to claim victory. Like, I can do that too. But that's it. Blind squirrel finds a nut. Yeah, so in Tallahassee, we're starting to get this. I'm going to zoom out the radar then. Thanks, David. You can't. You can't. That's the footage, man. That is literally the footage. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I am going to zoom out this radar. We have questions about Tallahassee. So this is that outer eyewall. So this is what we were kind of watching for that eyewall replacement cycle that did weaken Idalia slightly to a Category 3, again, still a major hurricane. right before landfall. Here is Tallahassee, and these darker yellow bands here that are sliding through. There's a lot of strong winds embedded in that. I'm going to turn on the velocity mode here. Again, we don't just use these to track tornadoes. We also look at them to kind of estimate what the winds are. So I'm going to turn on that mode real quick. You're going to see a bunch of weird colors pop up in a second. And we can kind of estimate what those winds are. And it's going to be in a weird spot because it's kind of parallel to where the radar beam is. But just to the north of Tallahassee, we have winds, again, of about 60 miles an hour. 60 miles an hour there. It's right around Perry. Look at that. That's where we have the big-time winds, the triple digits. And likely, again, those winds were probably around 110, 115 as they crossed. Again, sustained, they were 125. Likely would have found a gust in there higher than that. So we'll see what some of the official reports come. I know there were sensors on the beaches and things like that. There are storm surge sensors. So after the storm clears, I'm sure we're going to start to get more reports on what exactly happened there as well. No, I'm not throwing shade. Please don't misunderstand. I am not throwing shade towards him. I'm just saying, if you post every model, you can't be wrong. That's what I'm saying. That's all. No shade. I've never met him. He seems like a great guy, though. Would love to meet him. I know he's recognized. So Daytona Beach, we are still going to have a few models coming through. A few bands coming through the evening. We do have a tornado watch until 3 o'clock this afternoon. So we still have a few of these outer bands that are going to push through. It's not going to be like what we're seeing north. It's going to be pretty gentle. Every now and then we're going to get a few wind gusts through here. It's not going to be crazy. We're just watching for the potential for, again, that quick, brief spin up. Tina, thank you so much for sticking with us. Jacksonville will a little bit later on, 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. That would be awesome. Meet up for a Coke. No, that's a good idea. I will turn on the Valdosta. That's a great idea. Thanks, Kim. I appreciate that, and thank you for sticking with us as we were kind of all tracking this together. Ocala not in the clear just yet. We're not going to get what they're seeing above us. I mean, that is the core of the storm. But we are going to still be in these outer bands for the next couple of hours. We will see that tornado threat still until 3 o'clock. That's where the tornado watch goes. The only 50 to 60 miles an hour are in the outer bands, not in the core of the storm. So I want to be clear about that. That's the deal. Up all night on Coke. You got it. It's amazing. Live for it. All right, Cedar, I saw a report of 5.8 something a little bit ago, so Cedar Key still taking on the surge. So now up to 6.21. Yeah, Perry taking it on the chin. They made its way into the northwest Eyewall, and that was really the potential for that to happen. We saw those power flashes. That was before that first push came on through. Yeah, Ocala really not getting much either. Again, that for the most part was to be expected. Let me get back to the radar and do what our friend suggested here to get rid of this parallel effect. Sorry, my brain is a little fried. So that's a great recommendation. I think I have, maybe I don't have Audasta loaded at all. Let me. In the meantime, while I do that, we're going to take this full. This is not that full. I'm going to get you, this is the live look there of Perry as the storm's coming through. I'll be back with you. That is not it. There we go. That says the storm's coming through, taking the western Eyewall and Perry. I'm going to get the latest radar for you up in just 1 second.
Okay. Justin, Bridget, you guys can hear us now? Okay, great. So Jeff is headed to the truck to check on it, so I'm holding the camera here at the same time. But yeah, what I was trying to say is, when the wind gets this strong, there's no telling what is in the line of fire. If you lose a window or a door blows out, and the wind starts to create that wind tunnel through a house, and that's when you're in danger, especially of a flimsier house, a mobile home type house, of losing a roof. And we see it with some of these really strong storms. We're seeing pieces of debris fly through the parking lot that are getting a little bit bigger, a little bit heavier. I mean, thicker pieces of plastic. It seems like a lot of signs, pieces of signs. But the heavier stuff is starting to fly, which again tells us about the intensity of the wind here. According to what Tom and Candace have been saying, so the Eyewall came ashore, what, guys, I want to say 15, 20 minutes ago or so, and it was right, at this point, maybe half an hour ago, and it was just south of where we are. So again, a refresher, we're in Perry, Florida, which is southeast of Tallahassee and kind of northwest of Cedar Key, kind of right in the middle. There's not a whole lot in this area. It's very rural. There are a few cities spaced out. Chiefland is not far from us, and there certainly are people, not a whole lot, but there are a lot of folks who live here and a lot of people who are nervous. We've talked about the past storms. We're kind of wondering if maybe that's why some people have chosen not to evacuate here and have decided to stick it out. 2016, we had a storm called Hermine, which brought 6 feet, 7 feet of storm surge. We're expecting potentially double that along this coast. Now, we are enough inland here in Perry to where the, but as we were saying, a lot of people have along that Gulf corridor. I can hear you, Tom. Can you hear me? Yeah, it is, Tom. It is, truthfully. And so
All right, so you may have noticed meteorologist Jonathan Keg is back with you again. Eric Von Aken, we lost his shot for a while. I believe we have him on the phone. They took the Eyewall. Stuff started blowing everywhere. We lost his feed. We could not get him on cell service, and now he is back, I think. So we're going to check in with him. This is on the News 6 feed. If you are in Central Florida, then you are seeing this if you're watching this. But we're going to go to the actual News 6 news feed now so that you can hear what Eric has to say. Crazy stuff there. Again, they took the brunt, the worst of the storm as the Eyewall rolled on through. I will show you that right now.
I should say in our News 6 truck here, parked up against this building because it's really the only safe place to be. Even under this overhang, the wind is not coming at us, but there's just junk in the air. The roof of this Save-A-Lot Goodwill building has started to peel off. These are heavy plastic and aluminum sheets now, chunks of them that are flying around through the air. So that's why we've taken shelter inside the van. But there's all kinds of things flying. In some cases, pieces of metal, as I'm saying, light aluminum that are starting to catch air now and get blown around. We can't tell where we are in terms of the Eyewall, but certainly it's got to be close. It does seem that the winds have shifted, as I was saying when I talked to you guys before we lost the signal, which is an indication that this is starting to pass over us now. No sign of weakening for us. I know Tom and Troy have been talking about Eyewall replacement. That is really fortunate for the folks here who live in this city and who live along the coast. But in terms of tangible wind speeds out here, it is intense. The rain is driving as hard as we've seen it, and again, the wind as hard as it's been all morning long. Right now, I don't know if you can hear it, a little bit of a break. It's backed off. We were getting some serious sustained wind. Now it appears to be gusting intermittently just a little bit. But the big concern is this wind. If you're inland a little bit and you're not in the line of fire for that storm surge, which, as we've been saying, could be as high as 15 feet, depending on where you are along the Gulf Coast here. We're 22 miles off of Keaton Beach, which is where, from what we understand, this hurricane Idalia came ashore, and we're 17 miles directly north. If you drew a line to the Gulf, the closest place would be about 17 miles from where we are. So we're not expected to see water coming in from the Gulf where we are as far inland as we are. But when it comes to wind, I mean, that is the big concern. And like I said, we're in the middle of that right now. We're seeing it.
Yeah.
There were some cars on the road. Unbelievably, they have, for the most part, pulled over now.
And Eric, we just had a shot up. I know you're on the phone, so you can't see what we're seeing right now, but we just had a traffic camera shot near Perry, near where you were. So you were describing the wind that you were feeling out there and the conditions. So we are able to see that. If we can go back to that traffic camera so we can give our viewers a bit of an idea of what he may be experiencing out there.
It is shaking the truck, guys. So, we're recording this. We can't get this signal back to you. So the traffic camera probably is the closest thing. But sitting in the truck here, really for the debris protection. But the wind is wrapping around this building enough to make it sway. And then farther out, away from the building, is where all this debris that I've been talking about has been flying around. The rain is battering the truck, and then further away from the building where there's no protection and you're in the direct line of the wind, that's where these plastic and aluminum pieces are flying.
Yeah, it's coming down. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tom Sorrells as well to join this conversation with Eric Von Aken. Again, if you're just now joining us, he is live in Perry. And those are the images of what he is seeing. They have lost cell signal, so he's having to call with a router in the live truck. So they're making it happen, him and Jeff Seegers, his photojournalist. Tom, what do you have for Eric, and as you look at the images from Perry?
Yeah, I think that's just awful. That's some of the worst wind we've seen in a long time. Eric, I didn't mean to jinx your live shot when I asked you the last half hour. Compare this to what you've seen before. You did get out of your mouth, yeah, I think this is the worst, and then you went away. But compared to places you've been before, this is like your 14th, 15th close call. It's the worst you've ever seen, right?
Yes, Tom. And what I was trying to say earlier is that it really all depends on where you are, you know, when you cover these storms. And so the challenge, as you guys know, and, you know, for our viewers, I think you guys have been watching us and seeing even, I mean, last year we covered 2 of these storms. The challenge as we do this is putting ourselves in a place where we can show you pictures, but we don't put ourselves in harm's way, because then, of course, we would be total hypocrites, right? We want you to stay safe. We want to show you what it's like. That's why we exist, to bring you this information. But at the same time, we got to be safe doing it. So last few storms, we didn't end up right in the eye, which, you know, the one late last year, right, that roared through the Fort Myers area, that devastated that area. We were not in the Eyewall, thankfully. We were just a little bit north. We were in Bradenton. Where it got intense, we were right on the river, and you know, we saw wind and waves there. But as far as being in the middle of it, you know, we haven't been in the middle of a storm like this in quite some time. And therefore, Tom, you're right. That's why we haven't seen winds like this. You know, not to say that we haven't had this. It's just a matter of being there in that time, in that place, and we are in it. You know, as we speak, we are in it.
Well, here's what I think's about to happen to you, Eric. I think you're about to hit a little bit of calm, like right on the edge of the eye, and I think then the wind is about to reverse on you and start to become westerly, southwesterly. Not as intense, but still just a nasty run. So you're not going to be out of the, you'll get a break. It'll slow a bit, and then I think you're really going to get rocked for probably another 30 or 45 minutes. At least. Yeah,
and it is calming down a little bit right now, Tom, so that does make sense. We're going to try and use the little bit of bandwidth to get a live signal on my phone, guys. So if you could give me about 3 minutes, we're going to try and get this up to try and show you some pictures, but I will be right back with you.
Thank you, Eric, so much from Perry. We'll check back with him as he tries to get a live shot up. So if we can get to meteorologist Tom Sorrells, obviously this is starting to weaken just a little bit.
Yeah, here's the building Eric is buffered by. We circled it up on Google Maps and give you an idea of what's happening, Google Earth, and then we're going to zoom out and show you what exactly is going on in that zone. He's kind of in here to where the big slap has happened to him, and now things are going to calm down for him just a little bit. And then on the back side of this is going to wrap around, and some of this is going to come through and probably tag him from the southwest. So hopefully he has seen the absolute worst of what he's going to be dealing with, and his signal will get better. We'll be able to see more of the video that he shot. But this is just horrific. That's where your 125-mile-per-hour winds have been. That's where all the lightning strikes are, and all the big torque is still ongoing. If you're just now waking up and joining us this morning, you've missed a lot of tornado warnings during the overnight and the landfall that happened this morning about 7 o'clock. Wind speeds as of 8 a.m. were still reported at 120. Now it's almost 9 down in the corner. Yeah, Mickey Mouse says it's 8:43. So we're going to get a new update here shortly. But right now we're still dealing with a Category 3 storm. It's going to diminish only down to a Cat 2 as it rocks all the way into South Georgia and then peels right past Savannah all the way up to Charleston and then up to the Grand Strand of Myrtle Beach and into Wilmington on the current path of projected movement. It might get back to the water sooner than that, but either way, that's what we're looking at right now. Here's the way radar looks locally. Here's the last hour of radar echoes. Lighter showers here, but still some pretty intense stuff ongoing. Look at this band of activity here. We have to watch all that very closely and be hyper vigilant. We've had all kinds of warnings out of things that didn't look any more ominous than this on radar. Seriously, during the overnight, we had at least 5 tornado warnings. I'm not sure if any of those in our region touched down. Some of the ones up north, the governor's office was saying did touch down, they believe. That call will be made by the National Weather Service later. But for now, I have not heard any reports here in Central Florida of a tornado actually touching down. Here's Futurecast for the next hour. Everything continues to progress on over to the east and out to the open water. Wind right now, 16-mile-per-hour wind Orlando, 23 in Cocoa Beach with wind gust approaching tropical storm strength. Here's the way the Eyewall went during the overnight hours just before it was making landfall. It went through Eyewall replacement, which really I believe was going to help save the day. Now we all have to deal with the feeder bands until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Everyone within the sound of my voice is under a tornado watch. Standing by now with more is meteorologist Troy Bridges. Hey, Troy.
Hey, Tom, it was amazing to hear you talk with Eric there, and all the storms he's covered. This is really the worst of the winds that he has seen. So we do feel for all the folks who are dealing with that right now and continue to deal with those winds. 120-mile-per-hour winds with that 8 a.m. advisory. Of course, we'll get another advisory at 9 a.m. This continues to push off to the north.
So there you go. We heard from Eric Von Anken, so he is okay. So there was a lot of concern in the chat whenever we lost his feed, and there was still a lot of concern as they took the eyewall of a major hurricane, Category 3 Hurricane Idalia, again making landfall 20 miles to the south. So it was even worse south of him. What we're talking about the eyewall here is this big yellow banding feature right around Dowling Park now that's lifting up towards Valdosta. So again, we are going to get in on some very intense winds as well coming up. I want to do thing, and one of our friends was suggesting this as well. We're going to switch off the Tallahassee radar, and we're going to look just straight up at the radar from Valdosta as it's coming down the pipeline here, and we're going to estimate what the winds still are. I'm going to clear off my screen here, and you'll see it pop back on, turn the radar data late, so that's why it's almost like it just appears right there. But let me get to the velocity mode right in here. Just have to do a few clicks and load in that data, and we're going to stop it to go to the real time and just look at all of these big bright colors here. So we're going to bring out the little question mark, and that kind of marks what that is the time. So we have wind speeds going toward the radar at about 95 miles an hour, still 79 miles an hour, 78 miles an hour. So these are some very, very strong winds, again, blowing right on through the radar. So, again, if you're watching from Valdosta, we've had a lot of questions about Thomasville and Valdosta. I do think the worst of this wind stays just to your east in Thomasville, but this should come rolling right on in, unfortunately, to Valdosta over the next several minutes here. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, Orlando pretty much fine. Most of Central Florida still fine. We are under that tornado watch. We'll go over here just kind of the rest of the impacts for the day here while I have a bunch of people here. But thank you guys so much for staying with us again through the night here, as we've been talking about this since 5 o'clock yesterday evening. All right, so there's the 8 o'clock advisory, not hot off the press. We're almost at 9 o'clock, so we'll get a new one here. But it's at 8 o'clock in the morning, 120-mile-per-hour Category 3 storm. Pressure continues to come up. That's a good thing, again. When the pressure rises, the storm weakens. We like to see that. We will continue to watch that through the rest of the afternoon as it lifts up into Georgia very, very fast. Here's the deal. Tornado watch, though, continues for all of Central Florida into Northeast Florida. That includes Jacksonville, that includes St. Augustine, that includes Palm Coast, down to Daytona Beach, Mims, Melbourne, and Mico, all the way for us into Lakeland, Davenport, Kissimmee, into Mineola, Claremont, the Villages, Eustis, Mount Dora, into Lake County, Marion County as well, Sumter County. We are still in it also. That is because we still are going to deal with these outer bands moving through. Now, for the most part, again, this is not going to be as intense in Central Florida. We've been talking about that. This is kind of nothing for Central Florida. Every now and then it looks a little dramatic. The rain blows sideways, what have you, but still nothing crazy. The main deal is for one of these to kind of drop a rogue tornado. We have that wind shear in the mix because of Idalia to our north and west, really cranking up that storm, the wind shear here. I'm going to look in for, I'm going to check out some, see if I can find some storm surge reports for you in just 1 second. Nonetheless, we are going to be watching for, there's 8, 9 o'clock, so right where we are right now, and it's doing a pretty good job, although we aren't, thankfully, spinning up tornadoes right now. So there's 9 o'clock in the morning. We have a few more of those scattered storms continuing. By lunchtime, 1 o'clock, I think we're really going to wind things down. It's going to be breezy in Central Florida today, and the breeze is going to make things feel nice. We are still going to be dodging a few scattered storms through the early afternoon, but we are going to be doing okay, I think. Let's talk about the wind. Let's get through. There's 6 o'clock, so that's already happened. But there, the wind gusts coming. You saw that hurricane force wind gust just about in Valdosta coming up. That's part of that eyewall there as we push that north. There's 11 o'clock this morning, so Jacksonville, look at that, Lake City, 61 mile per hour wind gust, 40 mile per hour wind gust just about in Jacksonville. And then you kind of see that swirl continuing right on through South Carolina, and then they'll get potentially hurricane force gusts right along the coast as the center kind of works its way, again, right to the coast. Here is the 8 o'clock advisory. Again, the next track from the Hurricane Center comes out at 11 o'clock, but you see as we move into early tomorrow morning, that's when we see the potential for this thing to still be a tropical storm. So there we go, 70 mile per hour tropical storm, still a tropical storm here. And then I know a lot of the questions were those crazy computer models that brought a few of those back. That's a possibility if it gets really sheared apart off of North Carolina. The low-level center will follow the low-level flow and move south towards Florida. And then as we get, as the mid-level center with all the thunderstorms will move towards Bermuda and just fall apart and dissipate. If it's going to be anything significant, it would have to kind of fire itself up again off the coast of Florida. But that is on the unlikely side. Just looked at the winds there, Hurricane Hunters. Their mission will be done now that is on land. That is going back. So thank you to the men and women hard at work there, getting us that critical data that we were kind of watching all the way through. I'm going to put the radar loop back on. I'm going to look for some reports here and see if we have anything coming in from the Weather Service chat. So bear with me here. Talk amongst yourselves. Orlando's looking great. Not going to Atlanta. It's going to be, South Georgia. Goofy airplane model. That's what it looked like. So if you're familiar with, we do have some storm reports. Lafayette, Florida. Lafayette High School weather system reported a wind gust of 86 miles an hour. So it appears an anemometer failed as it made landfall. Those things typically can withstand about 115 mile per hour winds. So we will see if they turned a backup one on. So we'll see if that one recorded anything. So that's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's seen any pictures. Ridiculous storm surge flooding here on the National Weather Service chat. So, trying to find some sensor data. So right now, if you're just joining us, we're still watching this nasty Eyewall getting ready to move out of Florida and cross the Georgia state line here towards Valdosta, just to the east of Monticello. Madison, we're taking on the chin right now. Perry, we're doing a little bit better, but things are still really, really nasty. Getting out of Perry, we're going to quiet things down, and then the back half of this system going to work on shore and then get us. That's why, again, it's always kind of that. After you get the calm from the eye, then you have to take the second part of the storm, that other secondary eye wall again. Casey, thank you for that report in Valdosta. I'm trying to pull your comment over. So thank you. No commentary, not over. Just I can't walk and chew gum, so I'm looking for some storm reports here. As we have, I had a question about to see what the storm surge was. I can tell you, I've seen some pictures sent to the National Weather Service that have it up to the roof of houses there, right along the beach. So storm surge forecast, unfortunately, verified just to the east of where it made landfall. So the thing of it is, to answer your question here, most places can't transmit whenever you have the worst coming through. That's why we really haven't seen anything yet. We had our guy there in the Eyewall, and then we lost the feed because the weather was so bad. That is why you're not seeing those images, and it's hard to get that back. As you have a storm like this go through, you lose the power to transmit unless you're on a satellite feed. Some of the networks are, but still, if you're in weather like that, you can't safely get out live video. So that, to answer your question there, that is why we're still doing that. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming back or staying with us. I appreciate that. No, I can't do pumpkin yet. I can't do it. I gotta wait till October. There's some wind damage for sure in the Perry area, and then certainly south of the Perry area as well, right where the storm came ashore. We at least have that. At the very least, we have a reporter on scene that has that confirmed that a roof peeled off not Valdosta. That's where the storm is heading towards now, and it's getting worse. But in the Perry area, in Perry, Florida. So there's a report again from Perry. Of course, we have our reporter there that reported the same kind of stuff here live for us on News 6, WKMG. If you're watching with the greater Orlando area, Ocala, Central Florida, Brevard County. But we've got more storm reports. They're coming in. Apartment complex, some of the roofs are torn off there. Again, a low-end hurricane does not do that. Just for reference, again, we had a major category hurricane strike the Big Bend of Florida officially at 7:45 this morning. It made landfall. Again, the Eyewall contained sustained winds of 125 miles an hour, a strong Category 3 hurricane, and that is where the worst of that storm is now. Again, doing significant damage, bringing significant storm surge flooding to several areas, Cedar Key being one of them, Horseshoe Beach another, and just a lot of flooding. And that was from the Gulf of Mexico, just being pushed towards land. North Lake City getting a lot of wind. Thank you for that report. We had some wind gust potential for you. The forecast anyway was close to hurricane force. That's 74, 80 mile per hour wind speed. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate you coming back to check out the feed after that. Awesome stuff. Thank you, my man. Man, that had to be awful dealing with Hurricane Katrina. That was obviously terrible storm. All right, I am going to go look at, try to find some storm reports for you. Again, it's going to take some time for some of these big ones to come into the hardest hit areas because you just can't get crews. You just can't get people in there because, of course, there's damage, there's storm surge, there's flooding, there's all that stuff, there's sand everywhere, there's structures potentially damaged and all that stuff. So it'll take a while for actual storm reports. We'll see what some of the tide gauges showed, but we are going to do that as well. I'm going to send you now to the coverage that we have on WKMG, News 6 from the greater Orlando area. The team of reporters and meteorologists are focusing on that there. I'm going to try to look for some storm reports here. I'm going to try to save the voice a little bit more as well. So I'm going to send coverage over there. I will be back, though. And we're going to talk much more about this. Again, the strongest of the weather is going to be moving right across the Georgia line now. This is impacting Madison. A lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, a lot of screaming winds. This is heading right up, kind of due north there through Valdosta, DuPont, into South Georgia. Eventually, this is going to continue to head more kind of due east a little bit. Central Florida is looking pretty good. We are under a tornado watch until 3 o'clock, but so far, so good. This is just kind of that low-end stuff, these outer bands, and so far they have not been too crazy. We've had a bunch of tornado warnings. We have nothing confirmed at touchdown, but there were a few very tightly rotating storms overnight, but all that stuff. So hopefully, keeping the fingers crossed that we just have some beneficial rain coming through, some gusty thunderstorms, and that's about it. But there is the potential because of the storm spiraling into the Panhandle, into South Georgia, the wind shear is cranked up, so that severe weather threat is going to stay with us into the early afternoon. So just something to be mindful of. Otherwise, routine afternoon thunderstorm, but those today are going to have the potential to spin a little bit because of that increased wind shear. Thank you so much, Showtime. Appreciate you watching the live stream as well. Thank you, Donnie, for that report in Lakeland. Thanks, Natalie. You too. Don't worry, I'm not bailing now. I'm just not bailing. I'm just so that I don't have like dead air. I want to give out some more information here. So I'm just going to throw it back to the people in the studio there while we're watching this and while we're waiting for our crew in Perry to get back online. I see their shot anyway, but we will see that. So I'll be right here. I'll be watching the comments come in, so keep those posting. I'm just going to look to see. I'm going to scour the internet to see if I can look for some of the gauges the tide gauges there to see how crazy the storm surge flooding was. It looks significant. It was expected to be significant. So we'll let you know. Don't worry, I'm not going far. Catch you in a little bit.
Understand that the actual crews themselves are in their hotels right now, scattered throughout Central Florida, up in the Ocala area. Probably right about now, they are boarding shuttle buses, and they're going to be brought here to this staging area.
Thanks, David. I appreciate that.
And then climbing into their trucks, and that's when they're going to be rolling out. Duke Energy has damage assessment crews that are trying to figure out where these trucks need to go. Definitely the Perry area, the Big Bend area is where a bulk of these will go, but we understand that there is widespread power outage in the path of this storm, so they're going to be scattered all over the place. When they get up there, they're going to be facing some challenges. I was talking to one lineman here who said he's familiar with that area. It is already naturally swampy. Now with the storm surge and all of this rain, they're going to see just mucky areas. And I asked him, well, why don't you just wait till the water recedes? And he's like, people won't wait that long to get their power restored. They want their power restored as soon as possible. So they're going to be bringing these trucks into these mucky areas. He says that they've got these mats that they're able to lay down and drive the trucks onto so they can get through these swampy areas and get to the damaged power lines. But he pointed out that when they're putting down these mats, sometimes they come across enormous rattlesnakes. So if these guys aren't just dealing with the dangers of electricity, the dangers of trees and storms and winds, they got to deal with rattlesnakes when they're out there trying to restore power. But it's all about getting people's power back on as soon as possible, but they say doing it safely. That is their key priority. They're not going up there until it is safe to do so. Of course, that storm is just now passing through that area. We're, maybe about 2 or 3 hours drive from there now. So they think in the next hour or so, these trucks will start rolling out and heading up to the Big Bend area and all over the parts of Florida that have power outages. 1,000 trucks. It's impressive. Back to you guys.
Be happy to see those people, those linemen rolling up there. You don't think about the rattlesnakes and all the things that those linemen deal with. My goodness.
It's such a dangerous job, and we're so thankful for them, rolling out. They're always in place, and they work as an effort coming from so many states coming together to help whoever's in crisis at the time.
I know the governor yesterday had been saying that they were having up to 40,000 linemen ready to mobilize and roll out when the time came for it. So we are happy to see that. All right, our coverage will continue. You're watching News 6. We'll be right back.
Alrighty, guys, we are back. We have a tornado warning, so we're going to take a look at that here. No rest for the weary. So we have the Eyewall pushing up towards the Georgia line here. The tornado warning is back down into, I believe, Hillsborough, and then that includes Sumter County as well, or at least not Sumter yet, but it's close. So we have to do some kind of radar work here, so bear with me. First, I want to get all the details for you on the for Pasco County. I'm sorry, I apologize. It is for Pasco County. That is where we have the tornado warning. This is going to go until 9:30. This includes Zephyr Hills in the vicinity as well. I want to get to the Tampa radar right away. We were looking at Valdosta down for that, but I want to get you back down here because this is where we have maybe not the worst weather, but we do have a potential tornado here trying to develop in just northeast of Tampa. This was one of the things that we were concerned about. While things have been pretty tame for most of the Florida Peninsula, again, other than where this thing came in on shore, that's what we're watching. So let me get to the velocity mode. This is where we can see the changing of the winds, the different directions that the wind is going in. Got to turn that on. And this nice flare up here. Well, it's not nice, but this big right in through here. We have a lot of lightning around it. It's kind of hard to make out, but it's right about there. This little flare up between the between the red and the pink. That's where we have that. So the strongest part of this storm here is literally just to the north of Zephyr Hills, and this is heading just to the south and east of Dade City. If this holds together, this is going to be right through southern Sumter County. Again, it is right here. It's really hard to make out, but that is exactly where we have it. Let me put a timer on there. There's a lot of rural areas in here, but people do live here, so I want to be clear. So Ellerslie in about 5 minutes. Again, make sure that you're in your safe place. If I have anybody happen to be tuning in from Ellerslie, just make sure you're in your safe place. Again, lowest part of your home, sturdy building. You know the drill. Sturkey in about 20 minutes. Again, same deal. You want to make sure you're in the lowest part of your home. Clay Sink, 34 minutes. This will be you if it holds together. And then eventually potential for getting into Lake County, Bay Lake. Now, typically these things don't hold together very, very long. These tropical tornadoes or these tropical tornado warnings, the warning is in effect until 9:30, I believe. So we'll be on here for about 15 minutes watching this. As we watch this moving forward. Okay, so we're starting to get, I think, even bigger returns here. Let's take some of this stuff off the map. We're going to get a little closer. So if you're familiar with 98, Orange Grove Villas, Ellerslie, Pasadena Shores, it's right here. There is our couplet. So there's the rotation. I mean, this is right on the doorstep. We're crossing 98, crossing 35A, right into Ellerslie in the next few minutes. So this is where we have, part two of this system. The worst of this with the widespread damaging wind is right along the Florida-Georgia line, south of Valdosta, and then just to the north of, just right along that Georgia line, just to the north of Perry, where we had those 100-mile-per-hour winds plus go through, tearing off roofs and things like that. So Ellerslie, you are on the radar here for me being concerned. Eventually, we're going to be looking out for Sturkey through the 471. Compresco as well. This is going to be close to us. There's the radar update, and we do have still a concerning radar signature right in here. I want to take a look at this from a different perspective. I want to kind of watch what's going on from the actual radar point of view. So we have the velocity mode. This is what we're doing here. We can see the different directions that the wind is flowing, but we also have just the regular reflectivity. And we can kind of see here, almost making it out more, embedded in this line is what we call the backward C, that kind of hook there. It's not like your plains supercell hook echo that we would see in Oklahoma or Kansas or anything like that, but there is a little bit of a signature there. that would suggest to us that we might be able to get that quick, that brief tornado. But again, it is on they can be damaging, so that's why, of course, the tornado warning is issued, and that's why we are watching that as well. So we're going to continue to watch this. I think we have Eric Von Aken back. He's talking about some of the damage here. I do want to, before we get back to him, if he stays on, I want to just make sure that our friends in Pasco County are kind of up to date here on what's going on. So we have the crazy, crazy wind right along the Georgia-Florida line. We have all of this stuff coming through here, and that's the thing. So let me pull that comment over, because it's a good one. It's starting to get out there, the damage that this thing has created. So there's some crazy flooding video that I've seen in Cedar Key. I can't show it to you because of copyright issues. I've not gotten the permission yet to share that with you, but I've seen it. It's on the Twitter. You can search it to kind of just, for everybody that was talking about this thing being on the weak side, it wasn't. So you can go search it on the Twitter. You're too kind. Yeah, super tight wind field for sure. It was trying to do that thing, but thankfully there wasn't enough time for it to complete its eyewall replacement cycle and then really spread the wind out. So at least that's a positive. Again, we don't want anything, but that's at least a positive. Thanks, my man. Thanks for tuning into the live stream. Thanks for the comment. All right, so here's the worst part of the storm. It is right here, and it is moving. Let me get my tracker here to give a little bit of a heads up. The worst part of the storm is right through here. It's sliding that way, so Sturkey in about 13 minutes. Bay Lake, this is probably going to be right around 30 minutes if this holds together. Orlando, we're looking pretty good right now. We're under that tornado watch until about 3 o'clock this afternoon. It's likely going to come down a little earlier. Nonetheless, for the most part, Central Florida is pretty good with this. Just a few outer bands that could look a little dramatic at times. Otherwise, we're going to be pretty good. No worse than your daily afternoon thunderstorm. But with the potential, again, for that spin-up tornado, that brief tornado, because we have that extra wind shear in the atmosphere courtesy of the hurricane that is now moving into southern Georgia, finishing up with Florida, at least that most intense band over there. So we still have that tornado warning. We're watching that to see if it's held for Sumter County. At the same time, we have a new flash flood warning issued. This is right where we have the main band, so we can get more information on that. Flash flood warning for the Panhandle. This is going to be for Madison and Taylor counties, including Perry, Madison, and Greenville, until lunchtime, till noon Eastern time. A lot of lightning still on the northwest side. That Eyewall is still cranking out a whole lot of lightning. Geotube, we do have the potential. We are under that tornado watch until 3 o'clock. We're going to start to get some of those outer bands moving towards us a little bit later on into the afternoon, into the early evening, and then tonight this really quiets down for everybody in Florida, and then this comes to be more of southern Georgia and then into the Carolinas as well. So we have that potential for a few brief tornadoes in and around the Jacksonville area. Let me change the radar again. I'm going to just turn on the whole national radar so that we can see what's going on. But there we go. There is the loop. Worst of the storm still on the Florida side. That is going to change though. Still Madison taking it on the chin again. That flash flood warning continues for us to Jasper, Valdosta. This is kind of lifting due north. We'll see if the hurricane center kind of changes the track. That thing is lifting pretty far north. We haven't seen it jog this way just yet. I mean, it does. The cone does go like that, so it's going to lift up and then eventually be pushed over by that cold front. So we will see. Southwest Florida not completely in the clear. There's just going to be a few little feeder bands coming in off the Gulf. For the most part, though, we're pretty good. We're pretty good in Southwest Florida. Thanks, my friend. Thank you for tuning in to the live stream. No tornado warnings right now for Sarasota or Venice. Let me just double check on that, but I've not seen any come in. Nope, we appear to be good there. No warnings. We do have a new warning that popped up, though. So this is going to be for DeSoto, Hardy, Manatee, and Sarasota County. So Sarasota County under the tornado warning, not Sarasota itself. Let's take a look at this one here. This is going to go until 9:45. So for another 20 minutes. Question in the chat, was Perry hit hard? The answer to that was, unfortunately, yes. We've had reports of roofs kind of peeled off of some apartment complexes or businesses. 2 tornado warnings in Tampa from the Tampa National Weather Service office. It's for the county just to the east of Tampa. Let me get the radar off so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. There are the 2 tornado warnings, again, northeast of Tampa and then southeast of Sarasota. So that's what we're looking at right now is these outer bands still feed on. So when we're talking about that for southwest Florida, this is what all the lightning strikes you see here. These are still these kind of feeder bands as the low pressure kind of spirals up this way. It pulls in all of that moisture off the Gulf of Mexico, and then we fire up those storms going through. Let's see. Category 2 hurricane right now, so we're still dealing with a Category 2 hurricane. Had a question, what is the class of the hurricane? So we are Category 2, 110 mile per hour winds. I don't think the gusts are up to 160 anymore. Would be very surprised if that were to be the case. So I'm sure that's just on an update there from the Weather Service. But nonetheless, the pressure continues to come up. That is a good thing. that is what we will continue to watch. The pressure come up, the thing will fill, as we call it, and this will continue to weaken. It is going fast, though. It is going fast, so that is... Okay, hey, Michelle. Okay, so FAMU, that at Tallahassee, the worst of the storm is just to the east there, okay? So it is still kind of nasty there. It's still kind of gusty. They did not get the worst part of the storm, though. The worst part of the storm is just to their east, right up into here. From Chiefland through Perry, Cross City. They got some nasty weather, but the worst of it from Perry and then now towards the Georgia-Florida line. So you saw it right here with that yellow right about there. So they got some pretty gusty winds. They got some very, very heavy rain. But all that stuff. I'd love for you to elaborate, Sean. I would love it. Yeah, maybe in Tampa, but it really wasn't supposed to for Tampa. It was always going to the Big Bend. Surge was going to be an issue for Tampa Bay. I know that was made a big deal. But, yeah, it did work, unfortunately, up in Taylor County for sure. For sure. You're welcome, Michelle. Absolutely. Hope everything is okay. All right, so for Orlando, we're still in a tornado watch until 3 o'clock this afternoon. These outer bands are going to continue to come through. So for the most part, your afternoon is looking good. We're going to be dodging scattered thunderstorms through the early evening, but there is the potential, again, for one of those to kind of spin up a brief tornado. So that's the real deal that we are looking through today. Otherwise, we're pretty good. There's really not going to be any big-time impacts through central Florida area, through around the Orlando area, through around into Daytona Beach or Brevard County, Volusia County. So for the most part, we are doing okay. All right, Casey mentioned again, really getting serious in Valdosta. And again, that's what we were talking about. So this is the Eyewall coming through. Again, that's the strongest part of the storm. It's not as strong. It wasn't as strong as it was in Perry. It's weakened a little bit, but this thing is still nasty, as Casey's pointing out here. This certainly can cause some damage. I don't know why Valdosta is not showing up now. It's on the wrong radar, that's why. Let me go back so that we can zoom in to the national radar. I'm going to turn on the national radar. That's where the tornado warning is now, southeast of Dade City. And then, yeah, so there's the worst part. You see those lightning strikes there. So that thing is still firing up. Hey, Lisa, I wanted to make sure that there was good information being put out there. I know there's a lot of garbage out there, as I like to call it. So I wanted to be here. There were a lot of people on the stream, so I wanted to stay with it. There were a lot of people asking questions and things like that, so we wanted to stay on. So thank you for checking back in on the live stream. We appreciate you. We appreciate everybody that's been on with us almost all night and really back through yesterday afternoon. Yep, that is correct. There's been no change to MCO. Flights are going as normal. If they need to delay something from an outer band coming through, they will, but things are operational. Again, this was not anticipated to be anything crazy for the Orlando area. Just a few of these outer bands that could get a little rough at times. You know the drill. And then they kind of wind back down for a little bit, but they can produce tornadoes, and that's really our main kind of thing we're watching for, is that tornado potential coming through. And speaking of which, we do have 2 active tornado warnings. Okay, awesome. Those appear maybe. Okay, so those appear to be all canceled. So we are tornado warning free at this time. So that is some good news. There you go. Thank you, Matrix. Appreciate that. Thank you for that report. Again, watching this nasty stuff start to come through. Where's my radar go? Valdosta, Lake Park, Madison, we're still in the thick of it. We are going to be clearing things out a little bit. All right, so I'm going to try to look for more the surge stuff. I'm going to just take a little break a little bit, let the voice kind of rest a little bit. We're not trying to lose that today. Right now, it is a Category 2, so the land interaction doing a number. What had happened was, this coming short, it was trying to replace its eye, going through an Eyewall replacement cycle, and then as it was doing that, it was coming ashore. So 2 things to really be detrimental to it. So it's helping out Georgia a little bit, although we are getting rocked right now in equipment, into Lake Park, into Valdosta, into Barney, Barrett's, Georgia, still Madison, Florida, Greenville, Florida, just to the east of Tallahassee, north of Perry now. So the worst is leaving us alone in Perry, but we are going to we're going to keep things a little gusty though for the next few hours. All right, I'm gonna go check things. What's going on? Joe, nobody. Looks like there was some big damage towards Cedar Key in terms of storm surge. Big wind damage through Perry and towards the beaches in between Cross City, Taylor County. Waiting to see some pictures. That might take a little bit of time to get some pictures in, which I do have some pictures, but I can't show them because of copyright issues at the moment. All right, guys, I'll catch you in a little bit. I'm going to leave you with this stream here as it continues to slide north through Valdosta. Thank you, guys. I'll be back in a little bit. Alrighty, guys. Hey, meteorologist Jonathan Kagis back with you, getting ready to sign off the live stream. I want to thank everybody for tuning in, for trusting us with the information here as we watched Major Hurricane Idalia make landfall earlier this morning, 7:45, right along the Big Bend of Florida. First time ever a major hurricane has made landfall across that part of the country. Sorry, my voice is going. We've been at this since 5 o'clock yesterday evening, so I appreciate you guys again staying with us through this, through the day. The worst of the weather is over for most of Florida. We're watching things for South Georgia at the moment. We still have some nasty outer bands. It could look a little dramatic a little bit at times. We do have a tornado watch for Central Florida until 3 o'clock this evening, 3 o'clock this afternoon. I want to make that clear, but again, we're just going to be watching for that potential. Every now and then, once we get those stronger thunderstorms, they can take advantage of some of that wind shear and really start to kind of wrap up a little bit. So that's what we're going to watch, that chance for a brief tornado through about 2 or 3 o'clock as the rest of these kind of outer bands or these feeder bands now, as Idalia moves towards southeast Georgia. See some rain spreading into Atlanta. The worst of the weather now moving into Georgia. We'll track through Georgia, kind of towards Augusta National, and then towards Charleston, and eventually exit into the Atlantic tomorrow and then back to the Atlantic. There's the chance for that little loop-the-loop. I have the story pinned there about if it is possible, and it is. It's happened before a couple of times. Ivan's the one that comes to my memory there that we kind of dealt with back in 2004 as well. So thank you, David. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you so much. Again, thanks for being with us as well all night. You were up all night with us pretty much as well. So thank you. Really, really appreciate that. So again, thank you guys for tuning in, for trusting us. We'll be back again doing more live coverage as warranted, of course, as we kind of track these storms. Patrick, I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you very, very much. Hopefully next time we're talking when it's sunny out. We're not dealing with something that's impacting people in such a negative way like this. Lyndall, thank you for the report. Getting a pretty decent outer band right now. And again, that's what we were saying. Sometimes it looks kind of dramatic at times in these outer bands. More often than not, it's going to be okay, but watch for that surge. And again, we'll see what comes of some of the damage. Several places, again, reporting some major damage there along the North Gulf Coast, right along the Big Bend of Florida. So we're thinking about those people there. And the good thing is, Chris, it was going through that Eyewall replacement cycle as it was coming on land. So it already started to weaken a little bit, and then land did the rest. So let's get this out. Let's get this out there. And all that stuff. Appreciate you guys. We will catch you soon. Be safe out there. We're thinking about everybody impacted by the hardest hit areas earlier this morning. And again, we'll catch you soon. Take it easy, guys. Have it easy. Katrina, good to see you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Up all night. Up all night with you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Be safe out there. We'll catch you soon. See ya.